across. Then inadequate and aging real estate and ICT infrastructure, that goes without saying. And then the higher education workforce is not static. There's an expectation for pathways and support to achieve that, and this makes financial sustainability felt and associated costs a challenge. Universities need to strike a balance between research and teaching resources, and just incentives and pay increases and the effect of post-retirement liabilities. It's a global challenge. And this all contributes to your overheads. It all contributes to the increased costs and shifting of funding. There are student expectations, academic needs, and then the cost of transformation, both cultural transformation and digital transformation. Again, it's a global perspective of what's happening in the higher education sector. The key finding is that financial sustainability depends on having a vivid understanding of what our teaching and learning product is and what the research product is, because that translates into student enrollments both at undergrad and postgrad level. To ensure that the community engagement that we do translates into incubation and also translates into some sort of a partnership with the university, so we can uplift the community that we serve. Our structure, I think this is one of the more important things. Is the structure that we work in, our organograms and the operations that we do, is it optimal? Is there ways that we can create efficiencies within the structures? Do certain levels of management spend too much of time on operational matters, and should they not be concentrating on strategic matters? And then obviously the thing about capping of fees and subsidies. In a commercial environment, they would tell you that the JSE gives you a 12% return after tax, and they would tell the financial director, okay, you need to go chase the target, and you can increase your prices of your goods, you can do a lot of other things, which you can't do in our environment. So capping of fees and subsidies need to be looked at. Subsidy increases are not a thing of the past. There's more, the pie is just that big. And the higher education sector allocation from that subsidy is going to be looked at. We need to know what the investment case for Rhodes University is. Why would somebody want to invest in Rhodes? Why would somebody want to invest in the Lekgotla region in the Eastern Cape? What we do see in the Eastern Cape is that from an automotive sector perspective, they're looking to move from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. There are rumblings of creating a plant of sorts to produce lithium-ion batteries and to have sort of area within the Eastern Cape that's going to be carbon emission free to support the production of electrical vehicles and components thereof. Health sciences in the Eastern Cape, we all know about the pharmaceutical and other health sciences facilities around the aspects of the world. We've got one of the largest, longest coastlines. We do a lot in the marine sciences, and maybe we can look at something there as well. And just plain and simple SSME development and enterprise development. But there's a lot of uncertainty in what we're doing, and the uncertainty comes from the economy that we're in at the moment, the political uncertainty, the NSFAS funding, municipal service delivery, the transformation, both cultural and digital, and our second income stream, which is our more important income stream, being the subsidy and the fee income. Third stream income, we need to consider how we allocate our reserves. Are we doing, we talk about an endowment fund. However, in that endowment fund, we should actually say X amount is going to go into modernization, X amount is going to go into financial assistance of students, and so on and so forth. Commercialization is an important factor to consider. There's a lot happening and a lot that we can do there. We'll expand on that a little bit more just now. In terms of SWOT, I think the suggested strengths that we said is that there is an experienced leadership with a track record. We have access to world-class academic research and human capital. Possible challenges are the competition in the market, provincially, nationally, online, public, private universities. The Henrys and the Monash of the world are becoming more and more prominent. World University's brand being diluted by certain academic disciplines. In reviewing existing goals, we said that the goals that we see under financial sustainability will remain. However, we thought that it should be just a few adjectives to add to that. When it came to the leverage and contribution of third stream income, we thought that the creation of the strategic endowment fund should be expanded into certain targets with percentages and values, and we should start planning on that basis. If you look at a commercial entity and we look at the surpluses of profits it makes, we say X amount has to go to dividends, X amount has to go to capital expansion, into organic growth and into mergers and acquisitions, for example's sake. And in a similar way, when we look at our reserves and the creation of the reserves, we should say, if we make that X amount should be there, and it should be on a scientific basis that we do our capital expansion, we do the organic growth, and we do it with some sort of target measures and some sort of percentages that we understand. And then we thought that 4.4, which basically talks about attendance of senators and council members. We thought that was superfluous and meaningless. What we thought was more meaningful would be the contribution made by certain members to those committees that impacts on the university. We can report on attendance, but I don't think it's something that we should use as a strategic indicator or performance objective. So the strategy, I think business continuity planning is important. A lot of the information that we have in Rhodes is institutional and only institutional knowledge. And when somebody leaves Rhodes and somebody new comes in, what type of handovers do we have? Do we have a repository where you can go and look and see what happened in the past and how it happened? And if you're looking for a policy or a process, it's a lot's in people's heads and not documented somewhere. So again, the sustainability depends on what institutional knowledge and how you record the institutional knowledge. And for newbies, it's difficult to get there. It's much broader than just a disaster recovery plan. It's about sustainability and about continuity and about making sure that we've got the systems in place to move in that direction. The commercialization strategy, we talked about the development and commercialization of intellectual property and assets without detracting from the research and academic activities of the university. I think that's important. We need to make sure that we have a defined success criteria. We need to look at the funding thereof. So it should pay for itself, or we should use external seed funding. We need to see what's in the system already. What existing initiatives are there in our research programs and academic programs? We probably have to look at the intellectual property policy and have a review of that. Look at corporate patents and copyrights, take charge for review the work that Professor Lipson is doing, the research office is doing, the Rose Business School is doing. We need to bring all that together. And then you need to identify and consider the viability and feasibility of those projects and choose and do the due diligence and choose the right projects to go with initially and start creating a culture of and bring that into the culture of roads. And then the big, I think the biggie here would be to see how do you share the risk and reward and incentivize the university, the researcher, the off-taker. That's the way the crux of the matter is. How do you ensure that the risk is equal to the reward and that the university doesn't pay the price for that? We need to define success, the originality of it, the innovation, sustainability, and it needs to also be some sort of a PR tool and needs to be able to attract staff and students to the university. I think that's important. And then we need to consider the structure. You need to create some sort of autonomy for that structure. However, it has to tie back to the umbrella, which is Rose University. And the risk and reward must be something that's palatable to council and to management. And another form of commercialization, another thing could be looking at the use of our facilities. We could look at rental options, sale and leaseback options. We effectively rent out our residences. The commercialization strategy, we talked about the development and commercialization of intellectual property and assets without detracting from the research and academic activities of the university. I think that's important. We need to make sure that we have a defined success criteria. We need to look at the funding thereof. So it should pay for itself, or we should use external seed funding. We need to see what's in the system already. What existing initiatives are there in our research programs and academic programs? We probably have to look at the intellectual property policy and have a review of that. Look at corporate patents and copyrights. Take charge for review the work that Professor Lipson is doing, the research office is doing, the Rose Business School is doing. We need to bring all that together. And then you need to identify and consider the viability and feasibility of those projects and choose and do the due diligence and choose the right projects to go with initially and start creating a culture of and bring that into the culture of roads. And then I think the biggie here would be to see how do you share the risk and reward and incentivize the university, the researcher, the off-taker. That's the way the crux of the matter is. How do you ensure that the risk is equal to the reward and that the university doesn't pay the price for that? We need to define success, the originality of it, the innovation, sustainability, and it needs to also be some sort of a PR tool that needs to be able to attract staff and students to the university. I think that's important. And then we need to consider the structure. We need to create some sort of autonomy for that structure. However, it has to tie back to the umbrella, which is Rose University. And the risk and reward must be something that's palatable to council and to management. And another form of commercialization, another thing could be looking at the use of our facilities. We could look at rental options, sale and leaseback options. We effectively rent out our residences. And it could be a good way of looking to raise capital where you sell and lease back. So it's possible funding models that we could consider: real estate investment trusts, public-private partnerships, access space, lecture venues and conferencing facilities, collaborating with other structures within the city, or community, like the National Arts Festival, the museum, the monument. We're looking at certain facilities that we have that can be better used to generate capital or generate business income. And then obviously the short learning programs and your continuing professional development courses. We all have to do it, we all have to stay accredited, and it's something that we should look at and see how we can do that. This is some thoughts. This is a slide regarding commercialization. I think the one that struck me was that in South Africa we don't look at our commercialization at the university level like the rest of the world, and it's something that we should consider and do. However, originality, adaptability, and not retraction from the academic project is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh. Do we have any questions for clarification? Right.
On that side.
Thank you. We've got time for one last question.
Good morning. Was environmental sustainability not part of the mandate and scope of this group, including the risk and the opportunities associated with growth in the green economy?
Yeah, I think it's all part of the same, and it was considered. To what detail I can't. It wasn't to extreme detail, but we did look at the environmentally. We looked at the solar. We looked at alternative forms of energy. We looked at the carbon emission footprints of the university, the use of paper at the university, and those type of things which have already been objectives and performance measures in the IDP.
And then maybe just to confirm that with the breakaway room that looks at issues of sustainability, it is going to be broader than just looking at financial sustainability. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kamlesh.
Can I just comment very briefly on the question that was raised by Professor Msindo about student enrollments and numbers? That is important, but we must understand that there are constraints. It's not just about growing, increasing the numbers. There are constraints to that. And accepting that there are those constraints, some of which are beyond our control, we must be able to take care of that which is within our control. How do we ensure that, one, those students who register complete in the shortest possible time, and that we have a high proportion of those who complete within the shortest possible, and that way you get output subsidy. We must keep pace with the growth of the sector in terms of student numbers, and there's also the issue of research productivity. All of those are key areas where we can actually do better. They're within our control. I want us to disabuse ourselves of this notion that let's just increase the numbers and then we'll become financially sustainable. That is not the issue. I mean, the capacity of Makanda to support big numbers is limited. And that is one of the reasons why I have been saying, let's see if we can grow our postgrad numbers, the proportion of postgrads. Let's improve research productivity. And those are some of the things that we can do. Thanks.
Thank you, VC. All right, we're going to move on to the next working group that's to do with physical infrastructure and maintenance and equipment. Tony, over to you, and the request is please stand in the light.
Okay. So just to set the scene, here's a Google Earth image of campus. VC's house. We have an elevated CO2 facility. We've got sports fields. We move into a huge residence complex. We've taken over the botanical gardens. We're wrapping around to Grey Street. Here we have education. We have Ellenwood Hall. We're going down Somerset Street. We kind of sort of have campus, the guts of the academic project is there. And then we move on to the great field, right down to ichthyology and life sciences. And then we have these beautiful tennis courts, proudly rose purple. Our plant is large. Okay, we have a very small university. We saw that we are third of Stellenbosch in terms of student numbers. They got 30,000. We're not even 10,000 yet. But our footprint is really, really big. Okay, so how it worked out with the working group is that I chaired 2 sessions. They're about two and a half hours each, and I tried to get representatives from all over campus. People that work on major projects, people that work in infrastructure, res ops, representatives from wardens of sort of some of our power users in science that use equipment, IMTS, we have the library, and we have sports. So we try to get a nice representative group. I didn't want any whiners. I was looking for people that are go-getters and solution-centric, so we could discuss issues. And so what we did is we outlined 11 different aspects to discuss, and these were broken up across the 2 days. And it covers everything from lecture venues, sports grounds, self-sufficiency, breaking away from municipalities to kind of mitigate issues to do with water, sewage, and electricity, and then lastly on disability. So I'm going to be discussing our findings on each one of these different 11 items. But what we did find out is that there were some themes that were evolving, and they evolved quite quickly. The first was that we had a move towards being more and more postgraduate instead of undergraduate to reach our enrollment targets. That we had venues which weren't being, our assets weren't being sweated enough, that we need to use our assets in more than one way. So that they were standing, most of our venues are standing empty for about 80% of the day. So if we can now start using more and more and more, such like Wits teaches in the evenings, they teach on Saturdays, they teach on Sundays. Okay? They sweat their assets. We need to start sharing spaces, we need to start sharing equipment, and then we started moving on to the sort of the niceties about landscaping, moving towards more indigenous plants, moving to trees which are more appropriate so they don't rip up our paving or destroy our roads and our sewage infrastructure. And then lastly, and we were talking about quite a lot, is sport. Okay, so those are going to be the main themes. The scope of infrastructure is that if you're a first year student, everything you step on, walk on, use, it's got to do with infrastructure. It goes to every toilet. It goes to desks, it goes to your rooms, it goes to where you eat, and the pathways that you walk on to get to your classes, it's the classes that you attend, it's the seat that you sit in, it's the Wi-Fi that you use. This is the scope of what we're talking about, it's big. And the problem with our working groups is that we could dream up a lot of things, but unless we get all the information from the other working groups today and yesterday, we can't really work out where intersectionalities are. So we're going to be, when the breakaway happens, now we're going to start, the work's going to start. Infrastructure is also very unsexy. We're talking about roofs, gutters. We're talking about electrical reticulation systems and series systems which are underground. You can't see it, but it's very important. Until there's no tar, no one thinks about a road. And so yes, we have to think about what we have to do in terms of maintaining what we have, but then we have to reprioritize and dream about what we might need to build. And then the linkages about sustainability and the student experience, the staff experience, then links into us thinking forward about sustainability on multiple levels. Okay, so in terms of teaching, dependent on our undergraduate postgraduate ratios, we're going to have to change the way we do things. Large classrooms, small classrooms, hybrid learning, getaway spaces. Well, one thing is that I'm going to throw the grenade into the room. Do we need a 1,000-seat venue? At the moment, we have classes which are 800 to almost 1,000 large, but they have to teach twice. Would it be better to teach once and free up that time for research? Decongest our spaces. Then we have teaching laboratories in the sciences and the pharmacy. Pharmacy has flipped its day. So science has all its classroom activities in the morning, and then we have practicals in the afternoon. That's been flipped in pharmacy. So pharmacy then has its practicals in the morning and the classrooms in the afternoon, and then we can use the same laboratories. So we're beginning to sweat our assets. And then of course, there comes the maintenance of these venues. It's always a sticking point for teachers. The IT that goes into our classrooms too, particularly we've just come through it's kind of the high flex era. It's complicated, it's expensive, it's tricky. Just one person has to go and flicks the wrong switch, and for the rest of the day, the venue is kind of semi-usable. And it's very frustrating. Yeah. So the more and more we get more complicated with our venues, the more it's going to cost to maintain and to look after it. It becomes more and more complicated. In terms of research, we have a move towards postgrads. Postgrads equal research. Research equals more subsidy. But then we have to have a look at what space they require. We also need to ask questions about where are these postgrads going to be coming from? Which faculties are going to be growing? Which faculties have the PhD staff? In science, we're pushing 90% PhD staff, and that's reflected in our graded outputs. But it's very different from other subjects where there isn't traditionally a postgrad school. I'm just thinking of law, where about a quarter of their staff are PhD. So it's where we're going to be growing, where we need to put our money. One of our strengths at the moment is that we have a brand new life sciences building, okay, that's being fitted out with beautiful laboratories. We've just done a refit of our biochemistry building, biosciences building. It's state of the art. It's looking gorgeous. We're about to spend 200 million to refurbish the chemistry pharmacy and then build a brand new greenfield project for a new INI for another 70 million. So there is science being kitted out. Where else are we going to be kitting out our research infrastructure? And then we have lots of new toys in terms of all sorts of fluorescent microscopes. For luminescence, we're putting in a bid to get a new scanning electron microscope, and they don't come cheap. We're looking at, they start at 15 million before you add the bells and whistles. Our library services, we've got a top-notch library, we really do, but since the library was designed, things have changed. Absolutely changed. The world has changed since COVID. And is it now still fit for purpose? Because it's just changing. It's constantly changing the way we do things. Our students very rarely take our books, but 90% of our library space is bookshelves. Can we do things differently in terms of that space? It's nice, it's central, it's airy, it's good. The IT infrastructure is there, but our students are using it as an extra computer laboratory. How can we do something differently to get there? And then I'm working with the library into making a makerspace. So a makerspace is where we're going to have 3D printers, we're going to have electronics, we're going to have robotics, so students can use some of the unused parts of the library to start being creative, create their own robots and things like that. We have a resident system with lots of students in it, and it's good. We are awesome when it comes to our residence system, but it's expensive to run, and it's expensive to maintain. Some of our residences are very old, some of them are new. We're building a new one at the moment. What about our postgrads? Where do they go? We've always sort of had a couple postgrad residents tucked around campus. Could we reprioritize things and have every hall has a postgrad res? We can start then embedding postgrad studies and sort of that aspirational academic leadership into a hall through its postgrads. instead of necessarily only having academic reps. The postgraduate village, it's not really working. It's sitting at 50% occupancy. The students don't like it because it's really far to walk to go to buy food and get back, particularly at night. Could we repurpose the space to something else? Can we be clever? Work with the business school, work with STEM, utilize the catering facilities that we have, short courses, conferences, and brand it better. It's right there on the M2. People can see it. It's not just the postgraduate village, but we can brand it to something else for roads. Our sports facilities, sports has never really been big at roads except for rowing, okay, and archery recently, okay. But we now have these beautiful new tennis courts, proudly rose purple. We have an AstroTurf that's been resurfaced twice. Our swimming pool has just been resealed and filled. It's looking gorgeous. We have one rugby field, one hockey field, and 3 soccer fields. Okay? We have less sports field than St Andrews Prep does. So we're not big on sport. We've also, when it comes to our netball courts, our squash courts have also been refurbished. Nice, we just hosted our inter-varsity squash. So what can we do now to make sports more important to our students? I think we need to, I don't think there'll ever be a Stellenbosch where I think just their rugby field, they got 10 or 20. It's insane. But what we need to do is just inculcating a culture of an active lifestyle with our students, letting them get out of their rooms more frequently, letting them live. They become very sedentary. But there's little things that we can start doing, which sports will play a role in it, to also keep our students more occupied and sort of have that active lifestyle. And that sedentary lifestyle is worrying for me. We reflect, our students reflect what is happening in society. So in America, 1 in 3 adults is obese, technically obese. We're seeing obesity coming into South Africa. We see our new cohorts of students. They're at risk for high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, which is insulin resistance. We do something now on behalf of them to start getting them moving, getting them out there. So I was thinking, why don't we look at cycling? I see about 5 bikes. I mean, it's really, there's hardly any bicycles whatsoever, and it's probably the cheapest bit of transport. You travel in Africa, bikes are everywhere, except roads. Our grounds and gardens, we have a beautiful open campus. It's not fenced in. We've got large parks. This is St. Peter's. It's looking gorgeous, but it's very costly and expensive to run and to maintain. So there's been a move now to prune back hedges, have fewer hedges, prune back trees, so you prune them higher, so that you can have video cameras that can look through, so the environment is safer. We can plant more indigenous drought-resistant plants, use more hard landscaping, which we use stones, rock, wood, so it looks attractive. We can put benches underneath trees instead, and start moving away from having to maintain all these little gardens, which is expensive, and move to something that's a little bit more sustainable, but still very attractive. Potholes are just everywhere now. Some roads are worse than others. Coming down South Street is probably the worst there are, and then there's the street behind the Great Field, moving on to St Andrews. And it's awful. People just don't even drive on the road, they drive on the side, on the verge. Our students don't even use paths, they just decide now where they want to go. The most recent is that when they're coming through economics and they want to get down to GLT, they just walk diagonally now across the Fountain Quad. They don't even walk on the paving that's been newly installed. And so we're now going to see these new runways of kind of cattle tracks with no grass. So the question is, should we start installing new paths? Because the students have told us where they want to work, where they want to walk. The trees that have been planted have the wrong routing systems. They've lifted all our paving, they're lifting our tar. We need to probably remove them. Not only does it cause potholes and it lifts the paving, it ingresses into our sewage lines, and then we have the roots that break apart and clog the sewage. And there are a whole bunch of really appropriate indigenous trees which are drought tolerant. They use very little water. Then on to self-sufficiency, the municipality is a big problem. It's our biggest problem, it's our biggest threat. So we're talking about sewage, water and electricity. The electricity comes from Eskom, yes, but it's distributed to us via the municipality. We've got a new electrical reticulation system, again with unsexy things, about 30 million rands worth. The cables are really thick. We're talking about a 10 centimeter diameter cable all over campus. So that's fine, but we have to get our electricity from the municipality. There is only one substation that works. We have no redundancy. If that line breaks to roads, we have no electricity. Our sewage system, if anyone's driven to the golf course and you go over the little bridge, you'll notice that when the water falls over the bridge, there's a foam, frothy head of close on 2 meters high of foam that comes directly from our sewage works. There is no sewage being treated. It all goes down the canal ditch. So we can grow our student body, our student number by as many as we want, but our municipality can't cope with it. The sewage facilities are broken, the walls of the dams have collapsed, there's stones all over the floor, it's not a pleasant sight. And then we know that Eskom's not going to go away. They've still got 14 megawatts of power that's unexpectedly down as of today. That's a problem. So we might need to, we're looking into a solar farm, 5 megawatt set of panels, such that we can generate our own power. Try to get ourselves off the grid as much as possible. And here's a little photograph of the only working departmental water system outside English with a little pump, such that they can at least keep their toilets flowing. So we are in the process of installing, every residence is going to have their own tanks, and every department is going to have its own tanks. And I think we're 10 tanks short of it all being plugged in. Then on to new spaces. This has been talked about a lot. Our students need places to go. It's not good for them to be idle and stuck in their rooms. They need to have a healthy lifestyle and develop healthy habits. So that's the value add that we give at a university like Rhodes. It's not just about the academics, it's about developing well-rounded young people. We probably need a new hub, or we're going to put it in the Steve Beaker building. But bear in mind that since we built all our residences on the hill, our centre of gravity has moved. Our centre of gravity is much closer to June or Mandela Hall. It's no longer in the middle of campus. It's changed. And a lot of our students are walking long distances every day to get to class. That's why they need bikes. I talked about the makerspace. We're going to relook at our clubhouses and our sporting facilities to make them more active social spaces in the evenings, in particular when they play sports events. We do have our sports fields and our tennis courts do have lights. So for work where there's no load shedding, that will be fine. And lastly, it's not to do with student spaces, but staff spaces, is our transit housing is a problem. We rent out transit housing to our new academics or some of our visiting academics. It is the most expensive in Grahamstown. It is absolutely the most expensive, and there's very little that you get for it. So we must reimagine the buildings that we have. Chessington is a block of flats. Celeste, it's a block of flats. We have the ones in Gilbert Street. Let's think of something more creative. We have a lot of young staff. Let's work with them. Okay, so here's one of our big spaces. This is that's used all the time. It's the day cave outside the library. This was taken on Thursday. It is strewn with litter. It hasn't been swept in at least 2 or 3 months. There's stompies everywhere. There's old chips and mouldy bread that's on the ground. So we have student spaces, but we're not even looking after what we have. This is outside the library, where there are a couple of benches. Fortunately, unlike daycare, where all the benches are chained to the trees, these ones aren't. But every single little white dot that you see here are all cigarette butts. Yeah. So new builds and repairs. So this is where the financial triage happens. You can either have roofs, okay, a nice roof, or you can have nice signage. Okay, which comes first? Where do you put your money? Are you going to destroy your buildings by having water leaking, or are you going to fix those water leaks first? So there's been a lot of money spent on replacement of roofs and cleaning roofs and gutters and clogging them. Only recently, it was just, it wasn't long ago that the whole admin building was completely stripped, brand new gutters, absolutely out the box gutters. Dave's serious gutter above his office has really got a tree growing on it. It's incredible. They grow that quickly. And so we now need to prioritize where we put our money. We need to have a look at routine maintenance, put everything onto some sort of cycle. So how frequent do you paint, how frequent do you replace, how frequent do you refit, so we keep everything always fresh, always new. And then lastly, persons with disabilities, this is the support service which has been donated to us by the Fuchs Foundation. This is based in the library. If anyone wants to have a look, it doesn't have much at the moment, but it's growing. We need to work together to conduct an audit of accessibility on campus. When you walk around, you realise how difficult it is if you're in a wheelchair to get anywhere. It's sort of, when Herb Baker built and designed the campus, I don't think he even thought about anybody that might be in a wheelchair. To get to the council chamber, so if you had a disabled senator, the only way to get there would be from outside my office, up the ramp by printing, past geography, past management, go across past accounting. It's long. Everyone else is going to take the shortcut and take the stairs. So we need to work here. It's maintenance. This is one of my bugbears when you see fig trees growing in gutters. They're aggressive. This is now, forget about growing in the gutter, it's now in the roof, it's in the walls of St. Peter's building. What you don't see here, this is its root system. It's all the way down, and it was growing down the drain pipe, the asbestos drain pipe. Then it got so thick that it popped the asbestos drain pipe, and there's a root in the ground. So what the Grounds and Gardens have done is they just cut it off there, but it's a fig tree. It lives on air and destroys everything. And this is a photograph. This was during the lockdown outside the humanities office, where no one came to even bother about sweeping up some of the leaves. So we need lots and lots of maintenance. It's going to be a recurring issue. So in terms of our SWOT analysis, we were asked if we to have one thing. A very good strength of us at Rhodes is that we are well known for the way that we spend money on infrastructure. So that DHEC has given us a lot of money to build new residences, to refurbish buildings, and to build new buildings. So that the 200 million rand refurb of the Kenwood Farm building is given to us because we've been able to spend and stay within budget. In fact, they gave us a lot less money than that. All the savings from all of our other projects have been able to go into boost the refurbishment project. So that is a strength. We budget well, major projects operate really well, and we get things done on time and under budget. Our weakness, I think, is that our internal building maintenance team is not working optimally. Everything requires maintenance. We are very overspaced, about double. We've got double the space than we actually need. So anyone who lives in a big house knows the bigger your house, the more expensive the maintenance costs are. So you've got to keep your house kind of the size of what you need. An opportunity we have is because we have all this space, we can reconfigure, we can start dreaming about doing things differently. And I see that as an opportunity. And our principal threat is our beloved municipality. So it's not just a threat to our livelihoods, it's a threat to staff wanting to move to Makana, but it's also a threat to the university as well. So some strategies. We need to work within a coherent spatial plan. We have commissioned a spatial plan. I must pull it out. I'm trying to find out where it is from Ian Lange, but we do have one. We need to repurpose the spaces within this plan. And then, I forgot, we need to communicate the plan. Everyone needs to know why we do things. Prioritize our maintenance, where we're going to put it, and keep budgeting. We need to keep budgeting. I'm so grateful that in recent years we've had more and more money spent on maintenance. We were deferring it the whole time, and we've seen how it's caught up with us. Our outside spaces must be inviting, they must look attractive. We need to work with the Albany Museum. They own the area around the arch. It doesn't belong to Rhodes. Everyone thinks that the Albany Museum and the Natural History Museum are Rhodes. They're not. We need to paint them. They look terrible. We need to maintain our verges to make it look appealing and attractive. We manage all our space with Archibus. Archibus seems to be bust. And is there an alternative? It doesn't link with FinCore either. So we need to make a plan. And then I'm going to throw in a last grenade about Grahamstown needs an extra English medium school, sort of akin to Graham or BG. It's one of the reasons where a lot of our staff we can't recruit senior academics because they tend to have children, and those children have got nowhere to go to school. Can we use some of our space to create a school? And then, so it goes to you about my financial sustainability is to renting out and reutilising our space. Thank you.
Tony, thank you very much. And any items for debate, please communicate them to Innocent, who is the session chair for this particular focus area. Should we take one question for clarity? And there was a hand that went up very proactively. I think at the back, there we have it.
I'll try to speak without a microphone, and I'll try to disguise a comment for debate as a question for clarification.
Have you considered, you mentioned that gardens are going to be replaced with hardscaping because it's too expensive to maintain a garden. Have you considered the contradiction in the fact that all of the pictures you show that needed more maintenance were hardscaped?
Okay, thank you. Should we take one last energetic question over here?
I'm not allowed to answer.
Thank you, Tony. Your suggestion on a solar farm, I suppose, is related to making ourselves more self-sufficient. How does that sit with the principle at Rhodes University when it comes to water? There have been suggestions to have our own system for self-sufficiency, but the university is of the opinion that they don't want to be the university and others. So would you want to speak to that?
In terms of water sustainability, we've got a massive amount of roofs. We need to utilise them better. The problem is, and like with solar, you can either have every individual building with solar, or you can have a big solar farm that feeds into the reticulation grid. It's the same with water. Do we need a big reservoir? And if we do, then we need a reservoir that's going to be probably situated underneath the lawns in front of the main campus. Water flows downhill, and that's where we have to have a huge underground reservoir there. We're not going to be able to store water further up. And it's just the principle of plumbing. It becomes problematic.
Good. Tony, thank you. And would you like to provide clarity to the first point?
Yeah, I took a whole bunch of photographs, and I didn't take photographs of where the beds are, they're looking awful. So I took photographs just to have a picture that they're looking lovely. But the beds are looking absolutely terrible.
Okay, thank you. And one last point for clarity.
Thanks, Tony. May you just repeat or clarify the point about Grahamstown needing more English primary and high schools?
Yeah, at the moment, Graham College, and VG, they only accept children at very specific grades, and they're completely full. And a lot of our staff that are wanting to move to Grahamstown, or other people working there, want to send their children to English medium schools, and we full. So we need something else that could fill that gap.
Good, Tony, thank you very much. And unfortunately, we have run out of time. I know that, Di, you've got your hand up and Geert, but time requires that we move on. And we now call upon George to enlighten us and give us some insight into how digital transformation needs to be reimagined. Thank you, George.
Thanks, Trevor. Thanks, everybody. My report's going to be fairly short, and so while I've got the floor and the microphone, I wonder if I can be a little bit provocative or controversial and talk not about digital transformation for a moment. We have an IDP that has 8 goals. If I asked you all now to close your books and hand it out an exam paper, how many of you could list all 8? I suspect Remy and his team probably could. Di says she could. I couldn't. I suspect most of us probably couldn't. The literature around organizational goal setting is fairly clear on the optimal number of goals. We have 7 too many. If one's focusing on too many things, you're trying to hit 8 goals, you're probably guaranteed to dilute your effort and miss them all. And when we looked at the sort of rankings yesterday, I think the best one we had ready was a 7.6. Our best goal, we're just scraping a first-class pass on, which might indicate perhaps we're diluting our effort and trying to fire too many arrows at too many goals simultaneously. There's an IT company about 25 years ago had a very, very simple, very, very clear mission. And they had a philosophy that went with that, which was the idea that they put all the wood behind one arrow. They had one very simple, motivating vision for the company, and all the wood, the whole company, every single part of the company was behind that one single, simple mission that they had. And they were very successful at that, as it happened. But I think even if we think of the vision we have, Dave did a very good job of describing that yesterday. I think his team's done a really nice job on simplifying that and breaking it down. And Dave has clearly done a pretty good job of committing it to memory. But again, how many of us could reconstruct the vision? Not even 24 hours later. And yet, I suspect everyone in this room will probably go to their grave remembering the mission of a plumber in a Rooterport. What if our mission was that simple? What if that was our one goal? And what if all the wood was behind that arrow? What if instead of 8 goals, we had a number of strategic focus areas that were all behind one simple concept that everybody got. From the gardener who's meant to be looking after those flower beds, to the administrator in a department, to the lecturers, to the VC and the Chancellor. What if you could go to anybody, had any connection with roads, and say, what's it about? And you got something as simple as keep it flowing. Personally, I think we've kind of got that already. Where leaders learn. That's worked for me for many years. And it's kind of, what do I get up and why do I do what I do every day? And maybe that is the vision we need, is not all the fine wordsmithing that Dave and his team did, but to be the university where leaders learn. And what does that mean? Well, we want to educate future leaders. We want research that's going to produce leaders in their fields. We want leaders who care deeply about social justice and community engagement. We want gardeners who, when they're sorting out those flower beds, are like, yeah, this is where leaders learn, and the flower beds need to look like that. We need plumbers who keep it flowing, because this is where leaders learn, and the toilets need to work. That's my provocative little thought for the morning. Having undone pretty much everything that's been done also, let's talk about digital transformation. As I said, my report's going to be fairly short. There's a lot more detail unpacked in the documentation on the shared drive. Please have a look at that. There's a lot of nuance that I'm not going to be touching on here this morning. First thing, a number of teams have talked about their mandates or their terms of reference. We had none. We had a title, Digital Transformation. And so one of the first things the task team did was to just try to unpack that a little bit. In particular, we were a little uncomfortable with the concept of transformation. It tends to be a heavily used and slightly overloaded word in our context. And so we kind of came up with the definition that you see there, looking fairly broadly at digital technologies and how those could be used to streamline and simplify processes. And one of the sort of key underpinning factors there was we're about people, and we want to make things simpler for the people and take up less of people's time, and using digital technologies for those kinds of purposes. And so that was the kind of focus that we tried to bring to the discussion. There was one thing we decided we were not going to discuss in this group, despite many impassioned pleas to do so, and that was we were not going to mention the F word. The survey that we conducted mentioned it frequently. It's new, it's getting bedded in, hopefully it's going to get sorted out, but we weren't going. The process we went through, we had a really good brainstorming session with a large number of participants, and from a wide range of different constituencies across the university. We had a really good discussion session and had some follow-up sessions by email and working on some shared documents together, and that was really helpful. We also sent out a survey, being very aware that everyone was suffering from survey fatigue, so we kept it really simple. We asked one question and got some really good feedback from that, and thank you to any of you who participated in that. Also did offer, if anybody wanted to email us directly with their comments, and we had a couple of really helpful comments came back, not anonymously, and some nice kind of more detailed unpacking of some of the issues that people were facing, which all fed into that. In terms of the key findings, there's a couple there, but there's one I haven't mentioned here that I kind of want to underscore because I think it's important. And that came through very clearly in the survey, and that's we actually do a really good job here. There was a lot of very warm praise for the work that INTS in particular, as the sort of digital face of the university, do, and I think all of us can acknowledge that. I'll touch a little bit more on some aspects of that later, but there was a general sense that INTS are doing a nice job for us, and I think most of us would agree with that. Probably Probably the key thing that came out though in terms of where we could be doing better is this idea that there are too many disconnected silos of information. If you're trying to find out something that even starts to sort of get a little broader than a very basic query about something, you end up having to speak to different people, speak to different systems, try and integrate information in different formats. It's not always simple. And so the kind of key positive aspect of that is how can we better integrate the information that we have within the university in order to serve specific purposes. There was one really nice submission that came from Orla in the international office in particular. I think got touched on in the internationalization discussion yesterday. Basically, internationalization covers the entire campus, but trying to tease that information out of all the places where it's hiding is really difficult for them. And so some sort of dashboard, some sort of integrated system that gives them that overview would be really useful. And that's just one example. There are many of those. And so that is probably the key thing to bear in mind going forward. Another very important factor, and one of the major focuses we were asked to look at, was the use of digital technologies in teaching and learning. And that's a difficult one. We all got forced into digital teaching and learning technology 2.5 years ago. And there's a tendency in a lot of people's minds to conflate what's been happening in the last 2.5 years with online teaching. And that's not the case. And the literature, the educational literature around this is very clear. What happened in the last 2.5 years was emergency remote teaching. It wasn't properly thought out, well-designed, pedagogically sound online teaching. Those are two very different animals. We kind of all gritted our teeth, rolled up our sleeves, jumped online 2.5 years ago, and everybody did their best to make it work. In most cases, that wasn't online teaching and learning in the proper sense of what that should be, what that could be. And so while we've all got fairly good at the emergency stuff, I think we need to be a little cautious about assuming that automatically means we're now really good at the real online teaching and learning. And some caution needs to be there. I think we've learned a lot of valuable lessons. I think a lot of us have picked up a lot of valuable skills in the last 2.5 years. But there's a lot more work that would need to be done to turn that into pedagogically sound online teaching in the longer term, and more sustainably than the sort of emergency stuff we've been doing for the last 2.5 years. Our SWOT analysis, we picked out a few issues there. The first of those, our IMTS are pretty agile. They're good at putting systems together when they need to, fairly quickly with a small team. And there's really good technological expertise across campus in IMTS, in Are You Connected, the group in Churtle, educational technology folk. We've got some really good people available and the ability to do things actually pretty quickly when they need to be done quickly. And a lot of that agility comes from the fact we've got fairly small teams of people who know each other well and can roll up their sleeves and get stuff done. Conversely though, we have small teams, and that means we've got the first of the weaknesses. Relatively limited capacity in terms of the manpower needed to develop new systems, to integrate systems and do the sorts of things we've been talking about. One thing that got highlighted in our discussions, Rhodes has always been good at IT. We pioneered the internet in South Africa, and we often are the first at doing things. That often means we get leapfrogged. Other players who come along a little later will kind of take advantage of the lessons we've learned, and where we've cut our teeth on something and spring over us, and may well end up doing better than us. And so there's this leapfrog effect that we need to be aware of and keep in mind. And I've pressed the wrong button somewhere. Opportunities, this has come out already. I think it was in the teaching and learning discussion yesterday. Given the possibility of online teaching and learning, which has been highlighted in the last 2.5 years, while that needs to be done rather differently, if it's going to be done properly, there are real opportunities there to tap into a market, in particular for, you mentioned already, people in the workplace who are looking for short courses, and there may be a very good opportunity for us to start to move more aggressively into that market. The business school, I think, is already doing some work in that kind of space, but that may be a really good opportunity for us to pick up. The main threat we saw is the silos showing up again. The fact that it is difficult to find information, maybe we're losing opportunities. By the time you found all the right people to talk to, found all the right databases, tried to integrate the stuff yourself, it might be too late. Some funding opportunities gone, and we missed the boat because it was just too difficult to pull together all the threads that needed to be pulled together to take advantage of some funding opportunity or visit or something. In terms of the goals, we haven't unpacked this in terms of the 8 goals, and that's not just because of my personal views on that. IT is an enabling infrastructure. It basically underpins all of the goals. It impacts on pretty much everything we do all day, every day. And so we need to decide which are the key strategies we want to implement and settle on those. Those are going to push forward the corresponding goals, obviously. And so IT has a cross-cutting nature. It enables just about every area of the university's function. In terms of strategies then, our task team thinks we should be exploring the possibilities for online short courses being offered to people who are not in Makanda, who are possibly in the workplace, and picking up a professional qualification, improving their qualifications after hours. And there are possible third stream income opportunities that arise from that. Obviously looking for improved integration. I should also add that none of this is really news to any of the people in INTS. They're all aware of these issues and are working on them as best as they can with the limited capacity that they have. But improved integration is obviously a desirable outcome of the findings. Part of that is the provision of dashboards. Again, internationalization highlighted they would like to have a kind of dashboard that gives them an overview of what's happening in terms of internationalization on campus. From a teaching and learning point of view, deans and HODs could benefit from having a dashboard that kind of showed them students at risk, and so the sort of student tracking that came out of some of the discussions yesterday as well. In our discussions, we were a little concerned about the potential for privacy issues. If every HOD is starting to get red flags about students. And we quite like the idea of turning that around, that every student would have a dashboard, that they could see how they do and whether there are any red lights coming on their dashboard, that they need to exercise their agency to say, the feedback I'm getting from the university through this dashboard about my academic performance tells me I'm getting into trouble and I need to do something about this. And obviously that dashboard should indicate the sorts of things they should do. But we thought that there was possibly some merit in considering a student-facing dashboard that would encourage each student to exercise their own agency and to give them some indication of, you're doing great, keep it up, or that's not looking so good, you need to take some steps to try to turn this around before it gets badly out of kilter. And one could use machine learning techniques and that kind of thing possibly to feed into that kind of dashboard. The last thing that came out of our discussions was to try to encourage a culture of digital participation. People see technology as something that is enabling and helpful for them in the workplace, that is going to streamline and simplify things for them rather than being a frustration or just irrelevant. And so trying to, in some way, encourage a culture of digital participation on campus. And we thought that would be a useful strategy to pursue as well. The objectives and KPIs obviously flow from whichever of those strategies does get adopted. Perhaps if breaking down the silos was a strategy that we chose to take forward from Lekgotla, then we would need to look at a KPI and say, okay, where are the silos? Are we making progress on breaking those down, on integrating information better than we were previously? So again, we haven't listed any specific objectives or specific KPIs. Those are going to flow from the strategies that we adopt. And that's my story. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any questions for clarity? I see hand right on the other side. Start there.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm just wondering if there's some research around how we balance having this online resources and how many lectures at the undergraduate level sort of gives students enough time to engage face-to-face as well as with these online resources, because we've sort of been wondering as a department, if you have all of this material that you keep updated and then you still have 4 lectures, do you really need to keep what we were doing before COVID and then have these resources? It seems to me that something has to shift that allows students to engage face-to-face as well as these resources. That's my first question. My second question is around also research done around what increased digital literacies actually do to students' academic literacies, because it seems to me that there's a flattening of knowledge where while they have access to e-books, to journal articles, students seem not to know the difference between the quality of a journal article or a random blog article. So what does the research actually tell us in terms of increased digital participation, being able to make students in a way understand the differences in terms of the quality of the many resources that they have access to between academic and non-academic? Thanks.
I can jump in. I think, yes, that literature exists. Turtle and others will be able to point you at it. One of the simple kind of classical things to do with a blended approach is to do what's known as a flipped classroom, where students will absorb the content by watching some videos or interacting with online content, and then come to the lecture to have a discussion about that, or to explore examples in more depth, or to engage more deeply with the content that's already been picked up. And so lectures become less about content delivery and more about engagement, and that is been fairly well thrashed out and covered. So yeah, the literature is there for all of that kind of stuff. I hope I'm not putting Joanne and colleagues too much on the spot, but Churchill has certainly got input to provide on that.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is very quick. To repositories, this has come across in a number of presentations. Roads, as you indicated earlier on, have been the pioneers of the institutional repository. In South Africa, we've been the first institution to introduce a repository for the institution. But unfortunately or fortunately, this was focusing on academic or scholarly information, and it was based on open scholarship. However, things like all the information, the institutional knowledge and everything else, we still need to devise a means to make sure that we've got a repository where one can tap in to the institutional knowledge. Thank you.
I think that's exactly the point we were trying to make. Yeah.
We've got 3 more hands, I think, and then we get to VC as the last person.
Thank you. George, 2 points. The first is professional development for our IT division and IT across campus. That needs to be improved. And secondly, I don't know where the debate lies when it comes to introduction of digital courses in the various departments. I think the world is moving cyber, and I think departments need to think of introducing those kinds of courses. For example, in the law department, having a digital rights course, those kinds of things, kind of connected to the different academic lines. I don't know whether that debate lies with you or it lies with teaching and learning, because we are missing out something there. We can't, for example, have somebody who is going to supervise a student on IT law. We don't have. Should we be making a deliberate effort to recruit an IT law expert?
I think that's a disciplinary issue, Lawrence. If you think IT law is something the law department should be getting into, then I think you need the experts. I don't know enough about the law, and generally IT experts don't. So where digital technology is becoming important for yours or any specific discipline for that matter, then I think that needs to come up within the discipline. As I say, IT is an enabler. It's what I get excited about when I get up in the morning. But if you're a zoologist or a lawyer or a sociologist who's interested in digital impacts in your field, then those discipline experts are the best people to make sure that that's happening appropriately for those disciplines.
Perhaps that's an opportunity for collaboration between the computer security and data security specialists in computer science and law. But my question was, Ross, is that not an acceptable dashboard for students to gauge their progress and their potential red flags? I know it depends on academics filling in the information on Protea, but it's still a very viable and effective dashboard that students use on a daily basis.
It's not really a dashboard. It's presenting fairly raw data. When we're talking about a dashboard, we're looking at something that's a little more interpretive, that's looking across the 4 or 5 subjects a student might be doing and saying, you failed a test there and you failed a test there. And then tries to put that together into some fairly directed, carry on this path and your June exams are going to be in serious jeopardy. And we've got the history, we've got the knowledge to be able to say, if we're seeing this sort of pattern settling in now, so halfway through the semester, you're going down a slippery slope. Here's some ideas. You need to go and take some agency and do some things to try to turn this around before it's too late. And so we're looking for something that's more interpretive than just, here are your class marks.
And the last comment from Lucy.
Thanks very much for that, Prof. Just a quick question. I'm not sure if this is appropriately directed. Has the working group, did it consider the possibility of further exploring zero rating the available platforms, such as websites, and I believe, I may speak under correction, that RA Connected is or was at some point zero rated, and particularly asking in relation to the increasing digitization and thus creating another access point to bridge the digital divide, say for a student who goes to Kandoli in June and doesn't have access to a stable network, or even just for a community member who wants to have access to some of the free-to-use resources the university has.
Wasn't something we touched on.
Thank you very much, Jeff. George, I thoroughly enjoyed your opening provocative comments. They really had me thinking. Of course, you were asking if people remember the goals, and then you spoke about the vision. Look, were you hinting that perhaps the vision should be, we educate leaders of the future? And the goals are there to give substance and effect to the goal. But how would you feel about a vision that says, we educate leaders of the future? Thank you.
I think part of Bergen's beautiful simplicity is 3 short words. And I think where leaders learn works for me, but yours is not many more words and not much more complex. I could live with that.
Thank you, George. We need to move on to the next and the final working group feedback. So this is on people values culture. Professor Owen Skay, where is he now? At the back. Okay.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just want to say I really loved that definition, and I think that definition is very powerful, and I would urge people to read it, look at it, and see how they can, tap from that definition to infuse this digital transformation in their different areas. I think it is loaded and it covers everything else. Thank you.
Good morning, still colleagues. And this morning, reading the Lekgotla and reading the EP Herald front page yesterday, it's a distressing world that we live in. And you kind of think in relation to what we propose for reimagining our future, it's almost too much to contemplate and think about how we can make this difference in the world. But of course, that's what we really need to do. Now, just reflecting a little bit on context here. There's a couple of messages in there. And we're trying to navigate our way in a country that is a little bit rudderless at the moment. At the same time, I'm not for one moment suggesting that our executive is in the top there and that we are below. But we have to acknowledge that within this process, we can't be an ivory tower, and we have to see that in the interest of transparency, how is this going to reach to everybody in the university? But George, I think, it seems to be going progressively from a grenade to a hellfire missile now, which I wrote about the other day. But yes, it's necessary to have these provocative comments. And certainly, one thing we could maybe say, George, as the VC said, is that the goals need to flow out of the vision, but you grew an extra goal. They're actually 7, not 8. So but
Makes my point.
Yes. So I get that, right? So people, values, and culture. We also started with an open page. Maybe if you can go to the, do I have to press it myself? Sorry. These are our members. You can see it. And look, one of the things to just stress to everybody is that Sue and I were the co-facilitators of this working group. The issue was then raised the extent to which HR should be involved, and the smaller group was unanimous that the more people, the colleagues from HR, the better. So this was in no way, I need to say that, because this is no way seemed to be that HR took this over and dominated it. Very, very far from it. But it was felt important that as many colleagues from HR involved in the process as we go down the road of what it is that we need to do. You can see we met on a number of occasions, and we also took the view that we needed to get some data, some real data. Now, we spoke about undertaking a climate survey, something I'll come to later on, and we realized we wouldn't get the information in time in order for this Lekgotla. So we constructed our own survey, and I will be showing you the results of that survey just now. And then Peter indicated they got 300 responses. I think Lawrence, your group got about 30. We got about 184. Now, one could argue that that's a generally small response rate within the context of the university. If we'd had a meeting and 185 people came to that meeting, we would have been absolutely delighted, but almost impossible to facilitate. So we still believe that the information that we've got is valid, and it was validated at what we call a town hall meeting. It was a very small grouping of people that came, but I think that it validated what we had to present. Now, we refer to a whole lot of documents, and we can't give justice to all of these. Going back to a survey that was done back in 2005, and what is interesting for us to see is that some of the issues that were raised there are still raised to this day. So I think the message that we're coming with here is that in Kamlesh, I also teach financial management, and the thing I always start off telling my students is please don't shoot the messenger, right? Because finance is a lagged indicator. Things come after. So if the enrollment figures are down, then it shows in the finances of the university. What we're talking about are the leading indicators, the things that we need to put in place in order to ensure that those lagged indicators are moving us in the direction that we need to go. So the message here is, from a people, values and culture point of view, to what extent are we prepared to look this in the eye and deal with the issues that need to be dealt with in an open way, which are going to result in extremely uncomfortable conversations at times, but unless we do it, we will come back to Impekweni in 10 years' time, and nothing will really have changed in the way that we imagine. So, we can debate about whether the vision is too long, too short, whether we should have 7 goals or 3 goals, focus areas. We could maybe argue that goal 7 around the public good is actually a value and not a goal per se. And yes, I think that we need to advance and move in that regard in order to make us more transparent and open and alive to everybody. And I was interested to take a photograph. I haven't shown it here, but if you go down to the Steve Biko building on the left-hand side, as you go in there, you'll see some fractals of our 7 goals, right? With some information as to how we performed. And I actually asked our working group, has anybody seen this? And I was surprised to say how many said that they had. So, Tony, coming back to you about signage, visibility, communication, how do we get this out? And I think that part of it is that we need to think about how we do that too. Now, some of these documents were referred to us by people, and it might have come individually as an email, or it may have been picked up in our survey, and we tried to cover all of them. I think that one of the questions that was raised, and again, we need to listen to what it is to say that there are a number of reports and documents that are done in the university, but they never seem to go anywhere, right? So how do we act on them? The other thing that we were told is that there are some committees and bodies of people within the institution who actually have authority to do certain things, and often those are not acted upon. So the question that was asked is, who makes these decisions? So, and then another important issue was having a separate institutional transformation plan. Does that not confuse things? Is this an opportunity to integrate things so that we actually have one IDP that covers a whole, all that needs to be covered? So, drawing from what George said, and even Dave started about the sort of arrowhead, although some people may feel that that's an inappropriate analogy, but nevertheless, it's the metaphor that we're talking about aligning us in a particular direction. And then the sexual violence task team, and that report, there was a fair amount of discussion around that. Now, the important point is that we need to establish a reasonable baseline. Now, I think that, as we have discussed too, Noel, Trevor and I, for example, were quite involved in the first IDP, and then Remy joined and the directors were involved. And at the time, there was a lot of criticism about the manner in which that IDP was constructed in relation to being not as participatory and democratic as it should have been. But I think the point about it is that we needed to do something, right? I don't think that we could have facilitated it necessarily the same way that we're doing this one. So the point was to get something down, for better or worse, something to aim towards, and then commit to doing it better every single time we have a, and we need to think about it becoming a rolling thing. In other words, it's not about starting it 5 years ago and then having a reinterrogation of it 5 years later. There has to be this constant monitoring of what it is that we're doing in whichever creative way that we do that. But I think that we can agree that IDP 2 has been far more democratic, participatory, And I think that what I have seen personally is the quality of work that's coming from the working groups has been truly, truly excellent, right? It's opened my eyes to a lot of things. So, I think that we need to acknowledge that. And IDP3 hopefully will still, the trajectory is upward and beyond and all of those things. But now it's about how do we do this monitoring and do it in a way that's not impositional, that's not threatening to people, but gives us the messages that we need to act upon and to correct, to do whatever we need to do as we move through this process. So we posed a number of questions, and I'm not going to answer all of them here, but these we think are really real questions. So why choose RU? You can go to the website. It was last updated in 2017, as I can see. Maybe that's due to COVID, but it talks about our unique character, our worldwide reputation, our ideal environment, a special situation, and students, and a really compelling case to why students need to come. But when I look at that, I say, is that really? People don't buy what you do, they don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And I think you've heard messages around sporting facilities, cultural activities, student life, and so on. And I think that Rhodes has definitely lagged in that regard. And it also talks to our recruitment, about kind of getting the students that we really want to have. And it's not just about certain things. But the question is, how do we do that? Now, the group has researched quite a lot about institutional culture, and what we discovered is that there's actually not a lot about how to change it in a university context. The literature is clear that often it's about what it is and why things don't happen, but there's very little telling us about how to change institutional culture. So, what is our culture? And we actually tried to ask that, and we gave up. Because at the end, we know that we have one, right? But we really struggle to describe it, and I could go around and ask every single person in the room, and I'm sure at the end, we would find that there's as many different descriptions of it as there are people in the room. Another question was, must we focus on the culture we have, or the culture that we need want? The point about this is not an either or, right? It's both. We can't say it's either or. Is it an organizational, institutional culture? Now, this is a really interesting question. I'm not going to ask you to put your hands up. But there's a paper by Van Wyk who writes about transformation and institutional culture at Stellenbosch, and that adamant that some academics are of the view that we're talking about institutional culture. Why? Because we are a system, not a place. And organizational cultures often seem to be in the context of a place. Now, you might say Rhodes University is a place, but we are not an organization, we are an institution. And the way that we define an institution is that it's a system. So we need to understand how the system dynamics work. Another critical question, and it's been raised a number of times now, where's the data info? Where's it accessed? Where's it reported? And we so often hear that, I'm a member of Senate, you go to Senate and something's tabled there and somebody said, I never saw that. Well, I haven't had a chance to read it, but it's actually been out. So, again, we need to think about the responsibility and accountability in terms of that and how it's accessible, who controls it, who's the gatekeeper. And I mentioned about the view that was expressed that sometimes decisions are made and people are not clear about who made that decision. Which leads to the next question, is that we often told the university made this decision. We were asked in the town hall, who is the university? The university made the decision. Well, who is the university? So who is accountable and responsible for what we wear? Who makes the decisions? Who implements and executes? We'll come back to that later. And then underneath all of this, is this even important? Now, in the last IDP, we came up with this saying by Peter Drucker, the famous management guru, your culture will eat your strategy for breakfast. I just stuck it in the bottom right-hand corner there, a little bit out of the way. And the question is, we need to ask, is this something that we want to carry forward into IDP 2? Because it was given quite a lot of prominence in IDP 1. But the message in that is that it doesn't matter what we want to talk about, but unless we have a conducive culture, nothing will really realize in terms of how you want it to realize. Now, this is a very long saying, right? Imagine that you're either the referee, coach, player, or spectator at an unconventional soccer match. Not rugby, by the way, soccer. The field for the game is round. There are several goals scattered haphazardly around the circular field. People can enter and leave the game whenever they want to. They can throw balls in whenever they want. They can say, that's my goal, whenever they want to, as many times as they want to, and for as many goals as they want to. The entire game takes place on a sloped field, and the game is played as if it makes sense. And that was a personal indication that must have come to Professor Carl Weick, who's a very famous American professor who specialized in these kinds of culture aspects. Now, he then goes to say, if you substitute principles for referees, teachers for coaches, etc., this is what you have. Do we recognize ourselves there? I'd like to think that we do. Now, yes, in this world we want to have structure and stability and direction and all of that, but a university is an institution, it's a system, and it doesn't always go according to plan. So this is a dynamic of what's called a loosely coupled system. Unlike a tight coupled system. Now, a tight coupled system would be something like the airline industry, right? Because pilots don't fly the planes properly, then it crashes. In educational context, it is, and there's evidence to prove it, that we follow the characteristics of a loosely coupled system. Now, I'm not for a moment suggesting that we're all going to rush out to make up our own rules, but how often do we have conversations around that in our own context where people want to make up their own rules, they want to have their own autonomy, we want to affect change, and actually change doesn't happen because people are resisting to those things. So the point about this is why are we referring you to this? Now, institutional culture covers, and we specifically said that we can actually go and look at those 7 goals and those objectives, and we will see that culture will impact directly on those ones. Now, Kamlesh, for example, you mentioned about attendance at Senate and whether that should be a strategic indicator. I'm a member of Senate. Senate attendance is declining. We have some of our very prominent professors who never come to Senate anymore. Now the question is why? And I'm not calling them out. What I'm saying is that we've got to understand why that is happening. Now maybe they're too busy, or maybe they feel that they've lost faith in the way that the universities are governed, but nevertheless, it's an indicator of something that talks to a culture aspect of our institution. Now, in a loose coupled system, if you then put cameras into everybody's office and you require us to sign attendance registers and to check into the VC's office, what's going to happen? You'd have raging chaos, right? So the point that we're making now is that if you want to affect change, you need to understand the dynamics of a loosely coupled system in order to affect that change. That's all. This working group is not saying that we don't accept there must be change. We heard yesterday from Tandy that change has to be, in fact, she even started off with the most prominent grenade of all, which is universities could be on the way out altogether. So we have to change, but the question is, how do we change? And the way that we change is we say, okay, I need to understand how a loosely coupled system works, and if I understand that better, then maybe I can affect change within it. And that goes for all of us, regardless of whatever level we are in the institution. If we understand those dynamics, then maybe we can affect that change a little better. The other thing is that, and George, your point is again very well taken, but we've still got 17 sustainable development goals, right? Because in order to fix the planet, there's like a whole lot of stuff that needs to be done, right? And if we just get behind one arrowhead, or maybe the planet's not going to go in the direction that it needs to go. Agenda 2063's got 20. And you'll see the document there that we copied it in verbatim because we looked at it as we've got aspirations, you've got goals, you've got priority areas. Wow. But the one thing that the IDP one didn't do is it didn't specifically embed these things in there. What we're seeing at IDP 2 now is that we're beginning to talk about SDG 4, for example, which is quality education. SDG 17, which is around collaboration. So what we are suggesting to the other working groups in relation to other goals, we think that you need to put that in there. Otherwise, what's the point of giving us the mandate to say, go and look at the SDGs, look at Agenda 2063. We didn't even look at the NDP, by the way. The government doesn't look at it anymore. But the thing that I remember the most about the NDP is you can go and look at a YouTube clip where Trevor Manuel was narrating about Tandy, right? About Tandy and Tandy's future. And Tandy's future is not going to happen in the way that the NDP spoke about. That's the reality. Now, I think most people believe still that the NDP is a valid thing, right? It was done with all good intentions. But if we're really going to embrace it, then we need to make sure that we bring that in too. Okay. So, what is it about a loosely coupled system? We acknowledge that change needs to happen. But one of the things that we've identified over LCS in a university context is that people feel a greater sense of allegiance to their discipline, then their department, then their faculty, then the university. And as I was discussing with Dave, and it's maybe anecdotal, but Dave and I agree with one another, that sometimes when colleagues say, where do you work? And they say, I work in the business school. They don't say, I work at Rose University. So, it was recommended to us, and we took that on board. Go and look at the academic project conception. And I was really struck by this comment because it confirmed what we had found in LCS, loosely coupled systems, in the context of an education institution. Now, we could misinterpret this by saying, we must allow that to carry on, right? We're not saying that at all. Not at all. We're also not saying that we need to change that either. What we are saying though is if you want to change, you need to understand that you may be facing an uphill battle if you want to parachute something in and impose it that runs contrary to the person's discipline, department, and faculty, because you're not going to get anywhere at all. 10 minutes. Okay, so to go to the survey now, just to confirm the breakdown of what we had, and I think that what we saw is that there was an even spread in relation to academic departments, faculties, and students. We didn't go down to the departmental level. What was very interesting for us, we asked about the 9 stated values, how familiar are you? And 20% said not at all, and 28% were very familiar. Are these relevant? You can see there's a bit of a spread around that. Okay? You can go and look at the detailed report around that. Now, when we asked about the extent to which we live by these values, and if this is the key finding out of everything, we can forget about everything else that I said. If we look at the thing around the development and well-being, you will see there that the perception is that staff are least valued in the university. Then comes the institution, and then students are valued the highest. So development and well-being of staff is 3.70. The institution is 4.175, and students are 4.18. Community engagement got the highest, 5.69, and research relatively high, but it had the lowest standard deviation. Right? So there's more agreement around research. Stewardship, 4.10, and collegiality, 4.24. How do we rate these values? Now, the one that stands out is excellence. Right? So excellence got the highest. So it seems that we do aspire to be excellent. Even though in the academic project report, there was a comment there around excellence itself being an ambiguous term. So, what do we mean by excellence? Academic freedom, 6.11. Stewardship, we're just highlighting there, for example, the widest standard deviation, but I think a lot of that's due to the fact that there's all this overt focus on financial sustainability rather than broadening the definition of sustainability. Now, what was interesting about that then is that when we asked the question after you've gone through it, we now find that people said it's just right, that's the majority, because my own personal view is that we've got too many values, right? One point that was made by somebody was you could actually combine institutional autonomy and academic freedom because maybe, but nevertheless, that's not to be spoken about now. But it seems that once people engage with the values, then the view changed. Is that they said, okay, majority said we think it's just right. Now, when we asked to find words that describe our institutional culture, and these are words that we specifically drew out of the IDPs, and we didn't make this up. You will find that there's somewhere in the IDP, there's a lot of words. Again, the key finding here, so the development and well-being, which is seen to be a main priority, what we've picked up here is that our responsiveness and our accountability score the lowest. We're actually not that good at accountability, and we're not good at being responsive. We did a thematic analysis. Now, it's available if anybody wants to see it, but I have to tell you that the sentiment is negative. It's tough. And some people said things that some people could see to be very hurtful. People even questioned, do I work in the same place? But we decided that we were faithfully going to record what everybody had to say, those who responded. And yes, there was some good stuff too. I don't want to convey the wrong impression here. But if you do a sort of these faces that the branding people do from social media, that's what we've got. Now, the thematic analysis was consistent in many respects with what we did on the quantitative side. Development and well-being, stewardship, collegiality, Churchill got a, we've heard that over and over, right? We've got a diamond there. So accountability, responsiveness, and powerful. And we think what we see there is that there's a misunderstanding about the use of the word powerful in goal one, because it's about powerful knowledge. But it seems that some people are concerned about the manner in which the university resolves certain things, because it seems that the view there is that maybe we resort too much to litigation. I'm doing my best. I promise I'll make it. So, we were exposed to ukupalaza. Now, for those who don't know what ukupalaza means, it involves a process of purging. So if you are unhappy with life, or you've had somebody in your family has passed away, and you go and you purge, and after that, kind of you get on with life again, you put your troubles behind you. And so we take this as perhaps a lot of the negative stuff that was put there was a need for people to ukupalaza, to get it off their chest, to air these things. And we then learned about Usana, Urungalakio, Lufela, Emelakweni. Is that It is necessary that a baby cries when it's born or a baby cries on its mother's back, because if we don't address it, the baby will die. So from a people, values and culture point of view, we simply must acknowledge that there's a lot of stuff out there that are making people unhappy. To what extent are we prepared to address this? And the point that was made about it is that, and I think that the organizational psychologists in our group stressed that this is not a blunt instrument, right? Ukupalaza itself can have unintended consequences. It's a question of how one addresses that. But nevertheless, the point was made. We did a word cloud on the two open-ended. We saw some similarity and consensus around these things, about our values, about the people, the culture, and so on. What we then did was we did a cross-tabulated analysis, just drawing on the things that were standing out. And what you will see here around the development and well-being of staff, splitting it by academic staff, admin staff, postgrads, and undergrads, is that there's actually a fair amount of consensus between, the academic staff and the admin staff. 33% of academic staff and 30% of admin staff say never, seldom. Undergrads, and this is obviously in relation to that's the development and well-being of staff, and those are academic staff, admin staff, postgrads, and undergrads reporting on their views on the development and well-being of staff. So if we look at the majority view there, obviously the postgrads and undergrad students are saying we can't really comment on staff development and well-being. If you look at the institution over here, you will see that the undergrads, 35% of them expressed a view that we're not paying attention to the well-being of our institution. Maybe that manifests itself in the kinds of things that Tony was talking about. And then when we look at the students, our undergraduate students are telling us 45% of them are saying never, never, and seldom. Now, ukupalaza, right? To what extent is it widespread? Well, issues, are we going to pay attention to this or not? Then when we say the extent to which we live by collegiality, what we find is that it's relatively high, but it's also not as high as we thought it is. So what we see on the right-hand side is that collegiality is very, very valued at Rhodes University. In fact, the admin staff gave it a higher score than the academic staff. But it doesn't correlate exactly with how we live by it. Then, excellence, which got the highest rating. The institutional culture responsiveness in relation to that, it doesn't align. Because if we want to be excellent, then we must be prepared to be responsive and accountable. And we're not getting the same level of commitment in relation to that. So, single SWOT, we see that our loosely coupled system is both our strength and our weakness. It's about the ingredients, about the propensity to be, and we can do whatever we like in relation to that. We use all I words to describe it: integrated, immersed, innovative, imaginative. And by the way, Steve Jobs famously said that to strive for innovation, you've got to say no 1,000 times before you say yes. So we must be prepared to say 1,000 times no. But the question is how we manage these no's to get to the yes. At the same time, our shared values are making it happen. And that's about our responsiveness and accountability. Transformation, really this in relation to opportunities, the sky's the limit, but in relation to our threats. But we also raise the question, is this more about our inability to address our accountability and responsiveness, or about inability to take advantage of the opportunities that there are? Okay, I'm not going to go through this in any great detail, but the issue of critical citizens being flowed through, there's a fantastic article, I encourage you to read it, about the book about Citizen on the BBC. It's really interesting to see, maybe that's something we want to embed in our students. Maybe we prescribe that book to everybody, or make it something that we can teach in every single course, so we want to understand what citizenship actually means. The working group came up with this thing here, at RU, you are valued. Now, the critical things around Goal 5 is that we kind of see that we should change all of these and focus on attracting, nurturing, retaining. And you'll see the kinds of things that we talk about there is the strategic role of HR. So things like time taken to recruit, you should report those that are done under 3 months, and approval should take less than 5 days, kind of thing. Then in relation to one of the big bugbears is that selection committees go through all the processes, they follow due process, they sometimes go through 3 or 4, comes before Senate, it gets thrown out to go back to day 1. Question is, and then you need to think about a loosely coupled system, is that the department has gone through the process, but now you've got somebody else saying, no, that person doesn't meet with the need. So yesterday, Tanya told us about trust. Maybe we need to trust each other, we need to trust our processes. And that really Senate should only question, did you follow due process? And if they did, well then you have to trust the committee that you have done the job properly, right? So there's a whole lot of things around that that we identify, all of which is underpinned by a comprehensive climate survey. Now we argue, we're recommending that unless the university really wants to address this, we have to commit to doing a proper climate survey. And in fact, if you go in the US, universities do it, and go Google any university in the US, you'll see their climate survey is done, and we can actually get the kind of information that we need in order to address how it is that we do. Now, what does it mean about changing in a loosely coupled system? It doesn't mean you abdicate your leadership. You need enhanced leadership. You have to have focused attention and shared values. So if we all get on board with our shared values and we make them visible and we live by them, then we can affect the change, whatever that change is. We also need to acknowledge that in terms of Mike's 5 processes, change management in a loose coupled system has to be continuous rather than episodic. In other words, to bring up like a big learning platform change management thing and impose it and parachute it into the university is not going to work. It will simply be rejected. So it's about continuous, it's about small rather than large, improvisational rather than planned, accommodative rather than constrained. We have to learn to be more accommodative of each other. And then local rather than cosmopolitan. And so Ukupalaza, but what now next? We're going back to the concept of the academic project, courageous conversations were spoken about there. So, conclusion now. Sorry, I've run out of time. The new strategies. HR has to be a strategic executive function. Without that, we're not going to do the kinds of things that we need to do to elevate what we need to do in order to affect the change. We then have to have accountability for each goal, whether there are 3 goals, 4 goals, 5 goals, to a member of the executive, and then you apply the controllability principle that says that you can only be held accountable for things that you can control, which may then talk to the structure of the university, and maybe there's some things that need to happen. We need to understand how change management works in a loose coupled system because we need to change. That's it. We have to change, 100%. But it's how we do the change and understand the dynamics of doing that change. So if we all become a little bit more tuned in to what that means, I think it would empower HODs and divisional directors and people who actually, those of us that are working hard to make the campus look neat and tidy, we'd all be a lot better in understanding how that works too. So therefore, absolute clarity on our shared values and communicate, and whether we want to take on board this idea of are you are valued. And then you can see at the bottom, the priority has to be given to development and well-being, responsiveness and accountability. We have to prioritize those. And that's our stuff.
Owen, thank you very much. The breakaway session chair is Lynette, so for further debate, please share those ideas with her. Maybe we've got time for one clarity question, and I see Lawrence, you put up your hand very quickly.
Maybe you can hear me. Oh, it's something that ties with the use of space. I asked whether it is time for us to think about a staff club where you can actually go and have a beer without leaving the university after work, where I could take my guest for lunch within the university, where early career academics could mix freely with more senior colleagues in an atmosphere that is not very difficult. Is it now time for us to think about that?
Okay, noted. Thank you very much. Dave? Dave's still part of that first comment.
I was going to say, I really enjoyed George's possibilities there, but I thought, having been in charge of the vision and mission group, that I think I'll just go with the meeting's flow. I'll just go with the flow. And I'm not suggesting pieces of shit, but anyway. We have a great contradiction. If you have a look at the measures by which institutions are judged, it's really weird. We've really got a good throughput rate. It is declining a bit. We've got a good throughput rate. Our research is really good. We top of the pops when it comes to our reses. There are so many of these things that we really are good at, objectively speaking too. But we're clearly not a happy campus to a large degree. Let me put my neck out. We spent yesterday, we'll spend today, and we'll spend tomorrow going on about stuff in all the areas. I'm not so sure that we're going to get anywhere unless we appreciate the following. We are to a large degree a group of individuals who will claim exceptionalism at every step. I don't have to go to Senate because I don't like it. I'm not going to abide by that ruling because I just don't like it. We were all told to be back on campus, to be teaching in the classroom, face to face. Don't stand up if you're not doing it at the moment. It might be slightly embarrassing. Why are you doing that? Because you think you're an exception. And there's a lot of exceptionalism that goes on. So I talk about a single arrowhead behind which we put all the wood. Let's leave what our vision and mission, just chuck it away for the moment. Do we believe we should be the wood behind the single arrow? Do we believe when Congress says, hey, sort out the recruitment because it's the lag factor, it's the funding? Do we say, excuse me, I'm an exception, I'm going down to home ground, I'm having coffee? We have to be particularly careful about how we engage with these things. Otherwise, these days are pretty useless. Do we believe there's a single arrowhead behind which retreats you go? Are you going to win some and lose some, but for the institution we go? And I want to reiterate that comment that Owen made. You can ask loads of people at Rhodes. Say, what do you do during the day? No, I don't work at Rhodes, or in the Faculty of Humanities, or in the Department of Accounting. I teach this particular thing. And their life is completely defined by that. Are you at an institution? No. Do you go to Senate? No. Do you go to faculty? No. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but do we believe in the single arrowhead? And if we don't, the sea's quite cold, it might be worth just going swimming.
That's my dean, that's why I'm here this weekend.
About a year ago, we did a survey, the Control Framework Maturity Assessment. I think we did about 75 of the leadership of Rhodes. And the three findings were a culture. There was disparate views of what the culture at Rhodes was. The next one was the alignment and coordination. To what extent do staff and key functions understand the link between what they do and what the strategy and objectives of Rhodes are? And the last one is performance measurement. How is the behavior of employees influenced by the way the employees are measured? So, I mean, what you say today resonates or correlates well with what was done a month ago in terms of our control majority assessment. Thank you.
Commoners, thank you very much. Owen, thank you to you as well. We're now going to break for tea and we will be back in this venue at 10 past. Thank you.
Where we can say, here, the people.
And then we have money that we don't have to raise, but they will actually be paying on.
You're supposed to put the bigger picture.
But also
talk about redesigning when you were talking now, and I'll come to you.
So I think what will happen is the objectives will now grow, be removed,
yes,
have
yes.
a focus, we make it bigger.
Yes.
So we
What can we say about
oh, we've got this applicant, is anyone available to supervise?
So we're really not looking at is the lecturer in the strategy
So the focus this afternoon then is really just to get feedback from each of the breakaway groups. As I think all of you know, we came around and we just coordinated times. So there'll be a shorter time for presentations. We are going to have a maximum of 20 minutes per group. So we've asked the presenters to take at most 15 minutes for their presentation. If it's shorter, that's fine. But then we've got some more time for Q&A. And once that 20 minutes is over, we then move on to the second group. After the first 3 breakaway sessions, we will take a short break for coffee, come back for the last 3, and we should still be on track then for 5 o'clock that we complete. Okay. So the first group, quite a lot under one banner, was then chaired by Mandy. I'm going to hand over to Mandy to present.
Okay, good afternoon. Colleagues, our breakaway group had 3 streams, just to remind folks: teaching and learning, PQM, and student experience. And so one of the strategies we used, the idea is we're not going to have a goal 1 for teaching and learning, another goal 1 for another stream. It's just one goal 1. So that's what we work towards, is to have one goal 1. And so our presentation, or our proposed goal 1, is what you've got on the screen. I'm loath to read out to you. I'm assuming we all can see. Can I just get an indication for the folks right at the back? Are you able to see? Perfect. Yep. So yeah, I'm loath to read out to folks what we've got. So that is our agreed goal 1 that we are proposing and putting forward. It would be interesting to see what other groups have done with their goal 1. And that includes, as I said, those 3 streams coming together. And so, it's not a disclaimer, it is a helping you to understand what our thought processes were. So, when you see the strategies and objectives, they are not reading in a way in which you understand strategies and objectives in terms of measurability. We decided that was not something we are going to hold. We're going to let that go, because there are experts in this room and experts in the university who can then take what we've got here and put it in language that is measurable. So our job was to put together content. I do not know what has happened. I didn't touch anything. You all saw me, I stood right here. It's because I didn't touch you. Okay. You are right. It's because I didn't touch you. All right. Okay, I will now touch. Okay, so we've got, so in terms of what we try to get ourselves to understand, what would we do, as Trevor kept saying, what will you do on Monday? Okay, what are the strategies that you're going to use? And if that is our goal, we're going to strengthen and enhance the formative degree, provide our students with opportunities to become environmentally responsible, make sure that we review, because remember, we want to make sure that our offerings are of quality, so keeping our reviews of our review processes to ensure the responsiveness. And because we are in a research-intensive university, use research to inform our curriculum designs, and strengthen and enhance the flexibility in our curriculum, because that is something that we hold quite dearly at the Rhodes University, at Rhodes. And have a focus on enabling multilingual environments in which African languages can develop as language of scholarship. We see it with research and teaching and learning. And then strengthen the use of educational technologies is another area that and some of these obviously will be picked up, we're hoping, from other goals and other streams. It may be expressed slightly differently, given what your focus was. There is the blue one, so I'll explain a bit of the color coding. So when it was blue, it just meant that we weren't quite sure, either in this one, if this particular objective lived here, or perhaps would be best placed in another goal. And sometimes when we get to the other goals, you'll see maybe there's a word or phrase that's in blue. It just meant we were in agreement in everything else except that word. And so we wanted to represent that not everything was necessarily agreed upon wholly, but we were wanting to express the fact that there were some places where we didn't quite come to a consensus, and so that's one way of presenting. So that's goal one. So can I ask if you can just hold your questions and your suggestions or whatever it is that you have for us. When I'm finished, there are 5 goals that I have to present. So hold it, and then we can have a really good discussion. So I'm going to move on to our next goal, which is goal 2. So the next goal is goal 2. So you immediately you can start seeing that there's a bit of a blueness there. I'll just make it big. So this is the alternative that we are proposing for goal 2. Promote access to Rhodes University to academically qualifying students, to provide them with conditions. And the word conditions, we look forward to what other people would have as an alternative, which enables them to thrive and succeed. And these are strategies and objectives that we're putting forward, starting from the recruitment. Looking at the recruitment as one of the strategies to help us achieve that goal. Then we're looking into ways in which our institutional culture plays into our ability to measure that goal or exceed in that goal. And looking at an integrated student academic development support program that pulls it all together, enabling us to make sure we're providing our students with access to Rhodes University, and also the career guidance and curriculum advising to ensure appropriate courses and study choices for our students. So some of these were, particularly if I think of the last one, doesn't necessarily yet appear as one of the strategies we already have on our campus, but then we think about operationalizing it at a later stage. Yeah, you see, when you think of it in another language, you have to do it in another language, it's fun and games. Oh, one thing I haven't indicated is that we did have a discussion on who would be the coordinator, and we were very lucky in our room. People, the same person just kept putting up her hand. So our BBC Academic Students Affairs, she would just go, anybody? Okay, me. And we also had somebody else put up for one of the goals. We got that far. Colleagues who were in the room with me, please, if at any point I have missed out something, or if you'd like to add, please just indicate and interrupt me, please. All right. Let me see. No, there's no other. So that's goal number 2. No, how am I doing with time? I'm halfway. Okay. I think I'm halfway through my goals as well. So then we got to goal number 5. Okay, the fifth goal that we discussed and had deliberations about is a way to, this was lovely. If you just were in the room, this goal had 4 words in red, which meant we were not in agreement about whether we're developing, whether we're supporting, whether we're enhancing. And these are not, there's an indication when we use certain words, and certain words are not on the list. So this was a goal that was very interesting for us in terms of quite friendly deliberation about which words we'd like to use. So we've landed on develop, attract, support, and retain staff of high caliber, and ensure an inclusive, positive, and enabling institutional environment. And the way to do that is to look at creating enabling environment that supports development of good scholar teachers, develop academics as scholarly teachers who engage and reflect on their teaching and learning. Oh, now that I look at that, I wonder if bullet 1 and 2 aren't quite similar, but I think there was something that was signaling about the difference, so that's something that we can discuss later on as a wider group. And looking at strategies of retention and promotion, and we tried very hard not to go into the operationalizing of that. We resisted the urge. And then ensure innovative quality academic development and support for academic students as well as the institution. So that's what our objectives look like. I know if you weren't in the room, if this wasn't what your focus was, it's quite something to try and take it all in. But I'm hoping that you're thinking of the ones your goal to see if it measures up and where it links, or if you like ours much better. I think you might like ours much better. Okay, that's goal 5. I've got 2 more goals to do, and then we can have a discussion. And then it's goal 7. Right. So goal 7 was here. So this is our alternative or suggestion for goal 7. Promote Rhodes University as an institution for public good in local, provincial, national and international contexts. Some of you might recognize it and go, isn't that the one we always had? Yes and no. There were parts that we have then moved what we thought probably would go better as part of the strategy. Suddenly that was the one that almost looked exactly like what we have now, except that we've moved parts of what you have as the original into more of the objectives. And what we have there is to identify new and strengthen existing academic collaborations. And we did have a debate about what are we indicating when we say international, and then not break it up into the various, what we understand as an international, where's our SADC, the SADC region, Africa. We did have the debates around that. And then we also then decided that it perhaps doesn't necessarily go into the goal, but it's really important is in the objectives and strategies, and particularly the operationalizing. Is where some of the words that perhaps you might, and some of us might want to see here, would actually go into that part of the process. Identify and strengthen existing national and international research, teaching and learning partnerships, and produce graduates equipped to critically and creatively participate in the economy and contribute to society. I'm smiling because this is the other objective that we spent a lot of time having red, blue, until we got all the words that we possibly think we all would like to see reflected as an objective. And as you could see, the person who put up their hand for that one is our Vice Chancellor, so Nico, I wonder if he remembers this before lunch, as the coordinator of that goal. Then, and where is it? Here is it. So, you're gonna think, so what other goal could they have possibly had? We have a new goal. We decided on a new goal. I know, we did listen to you. I promise we did. But we also had a new goal. So just to explain a bit why, it wasn't just because we wanted a new goal. What we realized, the realization is that in goal 2, it kind of squished together the academic and staff as well as the students, and you kind of need to be very intentional about what we're doing with our students and what we're offering our students, and hence the decoupling between the two. Okay, so it wasn't just because 7 isn't a lucky number. It was there's a reason behind it, is to try and really focus on the student experience, and this is the goal that we're proposing: enrich the student experience to promote holistic development and growth. And about 15 minutes before lunch, that was a much longer goal, and then we got to a point, I think it was Dave who said, let's stop at growth and let's move some of the other things that we had captured into the objectives and strategies. And so these are not exhaustive, not because we just want them to be longer, but there is work that was done by Sis Noma and her team that actually falls into this new goal that might not be up here already. So Sue and Noma, please, if there's stuff that isn't up here yet, could you just shout and let us know. How am I doing with time in terms of presentation? I'm kind of done. Look, if it doesn't look like English, just close your eyes. Just close your eyes, that's what I do. And just kind of imagine what the content is. Okay, not English, we'll fix that later. But it's really important to get the context in the content that we're trying to go for. Thank you.
So we have 5 minutes for questions, comments. Are there any?
I'm just missing the nexus of community engagement, teaching and learning, and research in Goal 1. I see that's been taken out. Can you expand on why?
One of those we went back and forth on. Sorry, I'm just going to use my voice. So can colleagues in the room also just remind me and help me with the answers to some of the questions? The question is, the nexus is now not in the goal, if I'm understanding you right.
Yes, it's not mentioned anywhere else in all 8 goals, and I think it's a very important word for integrating our teaching and learning, research and community engagement.
One of the things I remember that when we had that discussion was how we were wanting it to come into the objectives, and what I'm looking for now is to flag it up so we can see if we captured that in the objectives. So just give me a moment just to find goal 1. If there's another question, or maybe helping me answer, that's also good.
I don't want to confuse the questions.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Goal 2. I thought maybe you could add mentoring of students, and I thought, what about partnering the senior students with the new students who need support? And yes, I agree. I think maybe community engagement could go into goal 5, developing academics who engage in community Never mind the English there as well, but goal 5 maybe could be the area where community engagement goes, and then again English issue, creatively participate in society and economy. Maybe that could be contribute positively to the economy and society would sound better.
Thank you. Can you send me, because you've written it, so that'd be really helpful if you could send it, not me, Masejo or Remy's team, because that'd be really helpful. I'm coming back. Yes, it's not.
I was going to say just check
Goal 2, okay.
Goal 2, one of the objectives.
Is the answers also that? Thank you. Teamwork.
Got about a minute or so for one more question, comment, if there is further. Otherwise, we'll just wait for clarity on the nexus.
The word nexus doesn't feature in the way it did in the old goal. Please also remember that as much as there are proposals of new goals, if some of the things that are useful and helpful from the old goals can be incorporated in what we are suggesting under the new, as Trevor wants us to have as a new, absolutely. No words were chucked out into the bin, or no phrases, which it was just trying to see what could we do with new. And sometimes with new, there are things that we might be losing out on if we take everything out with the old. So this is one way in which we try to capture that, but we don't have it in the same way as we had it in the old goal.
Last comment?
Thank you so much, Mandy. I wondered in goal 8, there is a mention of psychosocial support or something like that. I wondered if it would be controversial to also add spiritual, whatever that is. And that's not meant in a religious way. Because I'm just concerned that everything gets narrowed into a very narrow version of psychological help, whereas in this context, I think it can be said that, students come with their own spiritual, or some of them might search of a spiritual meaning in the world, and there's big value in that. it being explicitly expressed that this is a space where they can, because there are religious societies and other forms of spirituality. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I've highlighted that as one of the things we would add in there. Thank you. I think my minute is up.
Yeah, time is up. Thank you very much, Mandy. Joe, if we can ask you to come forward.
Afternoon, everybody. So our group looked at research, and we have a lot of potentially strategies, objectives, mainly in goal 3. We didn't get very far into any of the other goals, but I first want to remind you of our current goal 3. Peter yesterday from the working group gave feedback on the research. And what he said was, we don't want to do away with any of those objectives or rename the goal or do any kind of changes, but there would be some nuances and maybe new strategies that we can approach. So I just put that there to remind us about what is currently in the IDP. So we then had a look at some of the, I don't know why that's, no. I want that highlighted, sorry. Okay, so some of the, yeah, sure. Is it too big? Can you see that? Is that better? Yeah. Okay, so some of the discussions that we had were obviously, they might link into what's currently in the IDP, and some of them are newer strategies. So you will recall yesterday, was it yesterday? Yes, that Sue McKenna did mention this curriculated form of postgraduate interaction, which was a little bit more structured. So we put that down as first, is that we want to increase the postgraduate support to enable better throughput and obviously retention and improve the postgraduate student and supervisor relationship. And we thought a way to do that is to develop this curriculated program that's a little bit more structured and more collaborative. And so that would be things like, Sue did give us some examples, seminars, short courses, that sort of thing. So it would also include things like encouraging research around themes, induction to academic literacy. There's courses that are offered at the postgraduate centre, but they're not compulsory. And it's not that we want to make them compulsory, it's more that departments or disciplines can select various courses that they think their students should go to, and perhaps even include a course of their own and say to their postgraduate students, this is what you should be doing. And have a more formalized postgraduate orientation so the postgrad students know more about what to expect when they join the university. So you'll see there that we have put some coordinator names down. Our next point was to ensure considerations of workload. And this is, has been discussed for a long, long time. And what we decided is that what's important is having a set of principles that will allow departments, faculties, departments to actually develop their own workload allocation models. So that if you have got staff that are really research intensive, they take maybe a little bit less teaching, and also to consider other administrative and other duties that they're doing. If you've got emerging staff, that they're allowed to build their research capacity. So we feel that it's important to have some sort of guidelines of how a department should do that, and then follow through the various levels down to the HODs to implement such a thing. Move towards group supervision models. This also came from Sue, where the one-on-one supervision is really something that can still happen, but there is more of a move towards group supervision. And what we thought was important in doing that is to, if you've got a group that's helping to supervise, the person's name, for instance, that goes on the graduation document, in the document, is the main supervisor, but it doesn't acknowledge what other people have contributed as well. So we thought that there could be some acknowledgement of participation in supervision. For instance, many postdoctoral fellows assist with postgraduate supervision, but they don't really get any recognition for that because they're not really put down as co-supervisors or anything like that. Support for emerging researchers, we've kind of like left that because there's a whole lot of things that emerging researchers could do. That could fall under the workload model, it could fall under a couple of other issues as well. Oopsie. Provide clear milestones to ensure success and throughput. I really like the idea that was discussed in the digital transformation workshop of this dashboard that is student facing. And although we spoke about it in terms of undergrad and how they're performing, it's quite an interesting thing to maybe have such a dashboard for postgraduate students, so that the supervisor, after sitting down, negotiating a MOU with the postgraduate students, saying this is what I expect you to do, and that you've negotiated timeframes, this dashboard could be populated by the supervisor and say, well, have you met this criteria? And as meetings happen, as drafts are submitted, there's an input from the supervisor as well as from the student that says, okay, I've handed in a draft, and then the supervisor says, okay, you've got back comments. So it's a record of the interaction. And if it's student facing, then the student gets an idea of how they are doing. So it's not just a case of, we only worry about it at the end of the year when there's an annual report. So it's a more continuous process. Strengthen and maintain the research program. We know that many of our very research active academics are more senior academics. There's retirements that are happening. We think it's very important to do this succession planning. Instead of losing out on that entire research program when somebody retires or leaves, that there is some sort of a succession to continue with that program and strengthen it going forward. Recognition of research activity that includes public and intellectual impact and engagement. And what we meant by that is that from the survey that was conducted, yes, there are accredited outputs, but there are also outputs in other forms that are not really regarded because they don't form part of the subsidy and they're not accredited. But there could be some recognition for that, particularly in terms of intellectual impact and engagement with the public, etc. So if you regularly give interviews or something like that. And so this could be worked into the promotions policy to try and give more weight to those sort of interactions. Be proactive, don't worry about the grammar and the spelling, that needs to get changed. But have a proactive marketing and celebrate the research. Celebrate the various endeavors. So let us hear about it. We don't hear about what happens in the research space. We very rarely pick up on something. So this is again a marketing and communication strategy, and we put that firmly with the Director of Com and Advancement. Obviously, one of our current objectives is increasing research funding. So increasing externally funded research, so diversifying our sources of funding. And in fact, this was one of the areas where we haven't done so great on in the current IDP. And that includes increasing postgrad funding, incentivizing researchers for grant applications. Maybe we can look at something like crowdsourcing of grant applications of various programs. So there's still quite a lot that needs to be thought out there, but some kind of a way to try and increase the funding that comes in for research and for postgraduate funding. We have, from the last IDP, one of the objectives was to establish a Centre for Postgraduate Studies. And of course, we all know that that has been a very useful and successful implementation that came out of the last IDP. So now it's time to actually resource that centre and increase the academic posts and running funds so that it can continue to do the work that it is doing. Creatively address the needs for administrative support for all researchers. There's many issues particularly if you have large grants, and even if you don't have large grants. You know, if you're a researcher and you're busy teaching, whatever, sometimes it's just not enough time to go get that TNS application in, or to, you know, get a quote in for some item that you need in the laboratory, whatever. So look at ways of how we can address that administrative support. And it may be that job descriptions of current administrative personnel in departments needs to be relooked at. Perhaps they are not actually assisting as much as they should be assisting, and there may be other issues. Encourage research-linked consultation. So this is obviously consulting for other companies, but have it research-linked. So obviously there must be some sort of control over that, and we feel that that's something that should be encouraged if it's linked to the research, because it gives an opportunity perhaps for postgrad students to get a bit of experience, and it can also assist, depending on the agreement, it can also assist in bolstering one's research funds, or even supplementing a salary to a certain extent. So we have in our masters and PhDs, in our masters we have coursework masters, these are partial theses, but for full theses and partial theses in masters and PhD that have successfully completed, we also want to incentivize the postgraduate students that if they complete in regulation time, we feel that they should be able to get a 50% fee rebate, and if they publish in an article that's in an accredited journal, and it's an accredited output, before they before they actually complete their masters and PhDs, they can get a 100% fee rebate. Obviously that would have to be nuanced in terms of different criteria and that sort of thing, but it's a way of incentivizing. We also considered the honours. Is there any way to increase our investment in the honours program? In some departments, honours research is published, so we could look at some kind of incentivization for publication. It doesn't happen in all disciplines, but maybe there's some way of actually incentivizing that. And again, that would have to be nuanced and to look at the various criteria. Increase and improve institutional postgraduate marketing campaigns. So take all these sort of like benefits, you know, you will potentially get a fee rebate if you complete in the time, all that. And those sort of things can be packaged into why you come to study at Rhodes, you know, marketing campaign. increasing international postgrad students from across the country, well, across the continent, and opportunities to study through a hybrid model. So we've steered away from just online teaching, because I think we thought it was always a good experience to be on campus for at least some of the time, but perhaps look at hybrid models of how we can increase courses and attract international students in that way. Postdoctoral fellows, ensuring that they are recognized as colleagues in departments and are appropriately supported. The postdoctoral fellows are often sort of like not recognized as part of the staff, and they must be embedded in the department and recognized as colleagues. Okay, there were some items that we just didn't get to discuss, so I've just put some parked items there. Creative outputs, infrastructure for research, maintenance of research equipment, general issues relating to ethics, innovation, tech transfer, and there were some points under community engagement that we didn't get round to discussing. That was some of the things we put in Goal 3. In Goal 5, we did have 2 items that we put in Goal 5, and this is to do with staffing, increase academics with PhDs. This is again from our current IDP. But we talked about limiting the pre-doctoral staff in departments, and we might be looking at between 10 and 20% of pre-doctoral staff in a department, and it may be different for different disciplines. And also to ensure that we are attracting and we make an effort to attract senior academics, so we're not continuously juniorizing the staff. Rewards for staff who are research productive in accredited outputs, as well as science, impact and communication. And again, this is more of ensuring that there's more prominence in the promotion criteria. So incentivizing staff in terms of the promotion, having better recognition in that sense. And that's as far as we got. We don't have any metrics, as you see there. But we did try and put some coordinators down, and I'm happy to take any questions, and I would ask the colleagues that were at the breakaway session if they would like to help answer the questions. That would be great.
Thanks, Joe. We've got 3 minutes, Dave.
Thanks. I think those are a really good set of objectives there, but I've got a couple of points that I'd like to make on them.
Yeah.
The first relates to the workload model. I think it's a really good idea, but I would elevate it out of research. What I don't want to happen is that it's privileged. So I really hate teaching, can't stand the sight one class, so I'll go and tail on the research bandwagon and I'll just hightail straight out there. And that's what you're privileging over there. So I would really not like to see the workload model under the research. I'd like to see it elevated to, call it an institutional thing. We need to recognize everything that's happening. I have a similar comment about celebration. I'm looking forward to the time when we can have a photograph of the top HOD, our teachers, and all of the people, the community engaged people, on the front page of Rhodos, or on the front page of our website, the landing page. So I'd elevate the celebration to celebrate all features, not just mentioned within research, put it at a higher level. And then just a technical question on your fee rebates. If I understand correctly, if I do very well in honours, I get a full scholarship to do masters. Will I be able to double dip? Or is it just
No, I think what we talked about was just in general terms. So the criteria would have to be looked at. So it's not necessarily that the rebate would be, okay, it doesn't matter if you've got a scholarship as well. So we have to look at the, what happens if you get a scholarship? We're just thinking about how do we incentivize if, say, for instance, an honours publishes a paper.
Yeah.
It could be that if they are not eligible, or they weren't successful in getting a scholarship, that rebate might be in terms of, well, this will be towards if you're staying on for a master's, or it might be in another form.
Okay, just so we can keep an eye on that. I've got a handful of students who've got double majors, they've got distinctions in both. Do we care about that? And I'd like to see those sorts of things tacked on. So I'm not saying don't do that there, but can we just be a little bit more holistic? A double distinction in third year regulation time, I think that's worth celebrating.
Yeah, but we're talking about honours and postgrads,
Well, let's not forget that the undergraduate cohort feeds the research program. The research program can't take the spoils and feed itself. We've got to share it a little bit. Okay.
Thank you. Can we get back to the wording of the goal, please?
The wording of the goal.
Maintain and strengthen our unique institutional niche as a research-intensive university outside a major urban area. I'm expressing concern and unhappiness about the last part, about outside a major urban area. I do not understand why we couch ourselves in the binary of urban and rural, nor do I understand or are we aware of the undertones that are conveyed by that phrase. Can we just accept that a niche is a niche, a niche?
I don't know how to answer that. I'm going to highlight it as something that should be further discussed. I think it's always been used because of Grahamstown being more rural and we're not the big city like PE or East London or
No, we are.
We are.
Can I vote? I wanted to just ask about research grant fundraising and whether we couldn't put forward a proposal to establish a small unit or some capacity somewhere in the university, perhaps in the research office, to assist academics with research grant fundraising, especially if we're going to be trying to access larger international research grants. It's an incredibly time-consuming process and quite complex, and we need much more support for that kind of work if we are going to be successful with that, and especially if we're also going to try to work in consortia across different institutions or units in the university and across partnerships in the province and elsewhere. Most other universities have got more support for that function in support of the academics. So I really would like to plead that we put that into the IDP and that we actually look at how to resource and support that.
I think we did discuss that, and I'll just add it to that point there, but we certainly did discuss that as a possibility.
Right, I've got last two comments.
Sorry, no. It's not just extra admin support. It's actually a dedicated unit to assist with research grant funding.
Yes, with writing of the grants and how to go about getting the funding. Yes. A more holistic approach. Let's just put that in there.
A very quick one, facilitator.
Yes.
I haven't seen, maybe I missed, as a research intensive university, what are I didn't see where we are talking of how does this affect the national rating of the university, how do we ensure the visibility of our research output, and how do we contribute to the scholarly communication that enhances research? I didn't see anything relating to that.
That was not something that we got around to discussing. We can put it under the items that were still to be discussed. So let's talk about research and visibility.
Just to pick up on the point that we want to be a research-intensive university and the importance of undergraduate teaching and learning to fit into that. This perhaps has to go back to the teaching and learning
about the pedagogical philosophy and approach to teaching and learning that ensure that students are able to pursue postgrad studies. Here I'm thinking of creating opportunities for students at undergraduate level to participate in research and knowledge creation. I think that is quite important, but it does not belong to, perhaps it does not belong to this goal, but to the teaching and learning. Thanks.
I'll make a note of it for goal 1.
All right, time is up on that one. While we switch over, Patrice, if you can come up so long, community engagement, internationalization and partnerships. Ruby?
Thank you. I just wanted to add that the implication of what we've heard is that there is the need for us to develop a postgraduate funding policy that will take care of the concerns that Dave has raised. And on the issue of research-intensive university in a rural area, what we intend to say there is that where we are has implications on the kind of research that we do and community engagement that we do, looking forward to impacting on our local environment. Thank you.
We're just getting the presentation up.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. While Remy is trying to arrange for me the presentation, I think I can start. I'm representing a group which was made of 2 streams. The first one being community engagement, and the second one being partnership and internationalization. So, but we had an equal amount of time with everyone else. So, but maybe here I'm going to be very brief. We started by discussing why we have been put together, and after that, it was really a big debate to understand why community engagement and internationalization could be put together. But we ended up agreeing on the notion of partnership and also on the notion of imperatives. So we are going here to talk about imperatives. These are the things that are going to be done, not only by the group that we represent, but also by everyone else. We have tried to think about what other people are going to do in order for our institution to go forward. So we tried to talk about the imperatives to become a way of life at Rose University. Not something that we do once off, but we shall continue to do it every time. And I have to emphasize that the fact that we agreed that all the research and findings made by the 2 groups remain valid. And what we are going to talk about is only few things which we consider as being new. But in some cases, we have retrieved, you see, old knowledge. We have retrieved old knowledge that will be also helpful for the future. Okay, let's start now. Thank you very much, Remy. We start with goal number 1. As you can see the goal number 1 in front of you, we have tried to accommodate ourselves in that goal in order to make any other, or before to make any other argument. So the goal is like ensure quality scholarly teaching and learning to enable students to access powerful knowledge and ethics. We thought if we did not put ethics in that,
we were going to be left. So that for our students to benefit, or our society to benefit, graduates should have powerful knowledge, but also have a powerful ethics in them. So you will see that when we go to objectives across all the goals. So our objectives for this first goal is, or are, all students must be exposed to community engagement. Yes, not all at the same time. It is difficult to accommodate everyone. So we will start little by little. Some students might be exposed from the first year, others from the second year, and so on. But we have to make sure that all students must be exposed to community engagement. And remember, saying this, we have ethics in the goals. Yes. And the next strategy would be to develop protocol for recognition of foreign qualifications. This is very important for our university because we would like to promote and support international recruitment for our students as well as for staff. Number 3, explore international collaborative opportunities for online learning. This is very important, and after COVID pandemic, I think we can do that. We have a lot of resources to do that, but when we don't have, we have requested to have those resources, technical resources. We'll talk about that. So the next strategy is to strengthen the exchange student programs. This is very important, and we are going to address that when we talk about new programs as well, because we need that. And the coordinator for these objectives or strategies, we have designated the Director of Internationalization, as well as Community Engagement Director. So these are the people responsible for this. It means that the coordinators will come up with a plan on how to do certain things and in order to go forward. Next one. The next goal is talking about enabling access to Rhodes University by all academically qualifying students and providing them with conditions which enable them to succeed. Okay, for us, there is a mistake there. It is said introduce, but it is promote, yes, promote and increase international student recruitment. So we have to promote that, not just to wish, but to promote that and to work to support it in order to achieve that goal. It is not a goal that is going to be achieved only with local students, but it is also important that we look at that internationally. So this is what we said. And the coordinator for that, we have designated the registrar office to implement this. And the next goal is the third one, maintain and strengthen our unique institutional niche as a research-intensive university outside a major urban area. We didn't have a particular problem with this goal, but what we had as strategy during our discussion, we had this building engaged research partnerships in social justice, sustainability, and global citizenship. Here we are talking about global citizenship. It means that we spoke during our discussion before starting. We said community engagement was not just about doing things locally. It was about addressing things even beyond the community that is very much close to us. So that's why we see global there. And create and maintain a dashboard to upload and maintain an overview of all the institutional international partnerships so that research can search information by institution, donor, and country. This is very important. We have to grow. If we have to grow, we don't need to neglect the international side and the cooperation with institutions, donors outside of our borders. And here we didn't designate a coordinator, but we said our discussion should be continuing. We can't stop just by a few hours that we did for this discussion. The next goal, the fourth one, is ensure financial and environmental sustainability practices at Rhodes University through good governance, leadership, and management and education. Okay, here we have found these strategies: introduction of short course unit. Okay, firstly, we stopped at that to say we need to introduce a unit that will be dealing with short courses. But we find like, okay, in terms of what we are doing as a group, we have two streams. Let's put the work of those two streams inside this. That's why we added unit that ensures the collaboration between the university, community, and corporate, both locally and internationally. So, short course unit, this is the key word that we have put to respond to this particular goal. Next one. The next goal is goal number 5, attract and nurture and retain staff of high caliber and ensure an inclusive, positive, and enabling institutional environment. And here our strategies are incentivize staff to participate in and promote internationalization. So we have to be talking to ourselves as staff members how to take part into international collaboration and monitor the international staff in the demographics and train staff in intercultural competence to promote internationalization at home and develop an appreciation of cultural diversity. And if we say here cultural diversity, we include also that international aspect. So that's why we say this is very important, and we have put it in writing. So facilitate the orientation of new staff members to Makanda. It means that when we have, during our orientation week, we need to talk to our staff members. Yes, because we have ethics in us, we are thinking of ethics. We would like to have a tour with the new staff members to show them the community we are living in, to show them the problems we are having, so that we can imagine together how we can intervene. So it's not when we are already there after 3 years and somebody discovers something and starts to think of solutions. No, from the first day on the arrival at Rhodes University in Makanda, we have the obligation to help our new staff members who are arriving in that manner to know our community. So that is very important. And for this, we have said that the HR is responsible for that. So the date that you see there, 1st of January 2023, this is in connection with with incentivize, monitor, train, all of that we have to start from January. So the next one. Number 6, yes, provide the relevant, appropriate academic infrastructure, equipment, and facilities to support our academic project. Here, strategies that we have found are increase the capacity of international offers. Yes, the international offers would need to be supported in that regard. I can tell you that I have received an email from some staff members in connection with that, because you were saying yesterday, or if you have any problem in this regard, send an email to Patrice. But you didn't know what you were talking about. I received so many emails. But most of them were talking about that. Increase the capacity of international office. So we are talking here about human capacity as well. So strengthening capacity to support the academic project in the new digital world through the development of a digital support unit. I think this can explain itself. And yes, number 7, there is a story about number 7, which is promote Road University as an institution for public good in the local, provincial, national, and international context. Here I have to tell you that this is the one we started from. We're going to agree to start from number 1. We said no, let's start from number 7. What did we say? Strengthening the scaffolding around engaged research and learning centers of excellence to enable their capacity to meaningfully conduct their work. In doing so, situate the university strategically in a global progressive market and support the emergence of new centers of excellence. This is the new word, the key word, center of excellence. And another word is the global progressive market. So, and the next one. Yes, this is the last one. I have to say that the strategy that we have put in here was actually our strategy for the first goal. And we found like it could also very well fit in here at 8 goal. So enhance every student experience by fostering the development of socially conscious and globally engaged citizens through the facilitated participation in community engagement and internationalization. So this could also fit in the first goal, but we find it like it is important to put it here, not only because 8 is a new goal, but because it is also at the end, people might forget what was said previously, but they can't forget this one. It is very important. Having said that, I have to say that if you have any question, you can ask now, but I might not be the only person to respond to that because we worked together in partnership, which is a key word. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you go to goal number 1? I've got a question there. The first one is about why the word ethics was put there when there is nothing in the strategies or objectives that speaks to issues of ethics directly. That's number 1. The second one is why would we expect, is it too ambitious to expect all students to be exposed to community engagement? Why can't we rather maybe say expose students to community engagement? without necessarily saying all, expose students to community engagement. That would be my comment on that. Then develop a protocol. There is a question there around exploring international collaborative opportunities. I think one could just put a full stop after opportunities.
Innocent is talking about ethics, why did we put that? And also he's saying that why is it imperative for all the students to do that? Because we have put ethics, ethics is coming with imperatives, right? So we shouldn't say some students have to do, but we have to say all of them, because there is an ethical side. Let's say, if we say, access powerful knowledge, and then we stop there.
You can remove the word powerful. All knowledge is powerful.
Yes. So, because of the insertion of ethics, we think that it is ethically correct that everyone might do it. Yes, I don't know if there is any other person.
Here's another question.
Yeah.
Goal number 2, please. Goal number 2. Promote international student recruitment. Yes, that we can do that, and I agree that there is a need for that. However, when we say the registrar's office, I am the manager for student recruitment, we should then provide the necessary capacity to do that, to be able to promote international student recruitment. And it's also not an isolated approach, because the registrar's office cannot just do that in isolation. So in our working group of teaching and learning, we also addressed goal number 2, and there we indicated that integrated student recruitment strategy, and I think that is part of that integrated approach.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Yes?
Right. We've got last 2 comments, first time and Monica.
Can you go back to goal 1, where we deleted all, and then we can just maybe explain before we delete the all. One of the purposes of higher education is to grow students that are knowledgeable, critical thinkers, and have a heightened sense of social responsibility. Now, one of the ways of doing that is through the community engagement opportunities at faculty and departmental level. Now, we've added all because it's new. Up to now, we've exposed students to community engagement, and we spoke about the numbers in our session. So now we would like to raise the bar and provide opportunities and work towards all students, so we can grow the kind of students we've agreed we want to grow. So I don't think all should be deleted.
Thank you, Di. And the last comment before we break for tea.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm just wondering whether, still with that goal 1, we could not have an objective that speaks directly to what we mentioned earlier, and have something in the form of strengthen community engagement and the research, teaching, and CE nexus. It's a question to you, Di, in particular. And some of the things in that block, the objectives or the strategies, could become part of the matrix, actually, that will help us to address that objective.
Right, thank you. We're going to break for tea. If we can try and be back, please, at 5:02. We'd like to start the next half in the last hour of this afternoon. Thank you.
Right, Helena, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I was the unfortunate one to
chair a session that I didn't know quite much about. You've had the financial people on the one side, and then you've had the scientists and the environmentalists on the other side. You had the lawyer chairing. So I do apologize in advance if I got the financial terminology wrong. And I'm going to defer to the financial people to assist with the questions, please. So some of them, unfortunately, is very kind of financial terminology. So we did get to some of the metrics at the end, but I'm going to just scroll down the objectives and then some of the strategies attached to that. If there's a specific financial question, I think we've got quite a couple of financial people that sat on our panel, so thank you for them. And maybe they can assist with the question. So we started off, and I think what was nice about the previous 3 presentations, and I think probably the last 2 as well, when you look at our first, we made 2 slight changes to the goal. So all that we did is we inserted effective leadership and we inserted prudent management. So the rest of the goal stays exactly the same. And when you look at the first objective, I think what you will quickly realize is that it cuts through basically all of the goals. And you've already picked it up from the first 3 presentations where there was reference to environmental teaching, sustainability, financial sustainability. I think if we had to keep it short and we had to identify a single goal, I think without money we can't do anything. And it's not only about financial sustainability, we're also going to look briefly at environmental sustainability. So the first one, ensure sufficient levels of financial resources for the institution. And I think that is basically what it's all about. And it cuts through all the other goals. And briefly, I think when it comes to this specific goal 4 also, which is not in our domain now to discuss, but there's quite a lot of operational requirements. So there's going to be quite general objectives, and then there's going to be quite a lot of operational requirements that actually have to give content to those objectives. So a couple of strategies that was identified, and this is where, please if I do get the finance terms wrong, ratio of expendable net assets to annual operating costs. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure the financial people know. To increase free reserves, to maximize subsidy return, prudent management of financial resources, and improving the financial contribution from departments. So getting departments to chip in when it comes to financial contributions. Then our second goal was grow and leverage the contribution of third stream income. And here you can already see it cross-cuts with research. So quite a link there with research and some of the strategies there, the creation of a strategic endowment fund. And then also, we've already, I think Patrice talked about a specific entity that might be responsible for something like short courses. So there we've got increase in the research contracts, goods and services, additional fundraising. We've got the enhancing the development and commercialization of various intellectual properties and assets of the university. And then, because we're not all financial people, we just sometimes use brackets to just give a couple of examples. So how we use our facilities, more lucrative income stream. And in the presentation that the financial group did yesterday, they kind of put quite a couple of examples or operational requirements relating to commercialization of intellectual property. Then the third goal, ensure sufficient investment and physical assets. And then we also look at new and innovative funding mechanisms for increased profits. And that also ties in with infrastructure. So a lot of what we do in our goal cuts to infrastructure, building maintenance, reutilizing our space. If you remember Tony's presentation, how we can use our resources, but how we can reutilize them, use them for different purposes, actually earning an income from that. So private ownership and investments also. Thanks, Remy. If you can just scroll down. Okay, and another couple of strategies there. Facilities management expenses as a percentage of the total income. There's also financial terminology there. Outstanding maintenance costs, creation of long-term capital plan, and then the fourth objective there is to ensure high levels of management, governance and fiduciary oversight. I think that's quite an important one. And there's also going to be quite a lot of operational requirements that obviously we're not discussing now. But so in terms of the kind of generic strategies, major audit findings, and we thought that maybe making use of surveys and evaluations as tools to monitor and ensure good corporate governance. The development and implementation of a business continuity plan. And then very important, structures must be fit for purpose. So this also talks about how roles and responsibilities are allocated, and to make sure that people know what they are supposed to do, and what they are supposed to do, they should do that. Okay, and that, I think that is a quite important thing. It has been raised at various meetings that those who've got a specific responsibility need to know what is the responsibility, and they actually have to do that, and they have to be accountable for their specific portfolio. Then reducing our carbon, so that kind of concludes the little bit of financial sustainability strategic or strategies. And then in the previous IDP there was only really one objective that talked about environmental sustainability. So we've changed that slightly and we've made it into two objectives there. In the first one we've changed the wording a little bit and we said reducing our carbon footprint and environmental impact. I think that's quite broad, so you can actually have a lot of different strategies and operational requirements underneath that. So we looked at the development of an institutional waste management strategy. That's something that we currently do not have. I think that is quite important. To increase electricity and water available from renewable resources, there was talk about solar farms. So all of those things also overlaps with infrastructure. Electricity usage per enrolled student, water usage per enrolled student. So at the end of this, we kind of looked at how we can measure those. So for instance, where we look at outputs by means of consumption, surveys, percentages and things like that. And then if you just go back, Remy, point 6 there, we've included another objective there, and that is to promote research and teaching in environmental sustainability. So that's also, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, something that actually came out is we need to get our researchers to actually do research and teaching in the field of sustainable environmental sustainability. And then towards the end, we didn't necessarily get to the coordinators, but we did get a little bit towards the end, just some of the measurables, so how would we measure it. We attached that to the different strategies, and then at the bottom there, just some critical success factors, and these were kind of general because they kind of applied to all of the objects, but basically some of the critical factors would be targeted recruitment, so where we actually kind of narrow our recruitment where it's suitable, the developing an institutional third stream income strategy that makes sense, having the right structures in place. And there was also an issue of, I think when it comes to corporate governance, when it comes to budgets, when it comes to policies, assistance to departments, to HODs. I know for a fact that if someone asked me in the law faculty to interpret a financial policy or how to actually work with financial policies, I find it difficult. So a little bit of training there can actually assist, so that might be a critical factor there. Participation in surveys, it's nice to have surveys, and we've seen with survey fatigue. It's very nice to say that you're going to measure it through surveys and then you don't have people participating in the surveys. And then the last one, structure must be fit for purpose. And that was our section. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lena. Edward?
Thank you. If you can just go back to point number 3, please. Is there a reason why it's limited to physical assets? Should we not include digital innovation or investment in digital optimization as part of the goals?
You can add that, yeah?
No, just a comment.
Just put that in maybe brackets.
Thank you, Edward. Any other comments for clarity? Yes, one here.
But I haven't sort of seen it anywhere where we talk of how we plan to work with business communities in order for sustainability, financial sustainability. Or is it happening? Maybe I'm not aware.
Have we talked about that? Under which section? I don't think we include
community partnerships.
Was that in internationalization?
You captured it somewhere.
Okay, last point before we hand over to Innocent.
Just a question regarding the goal to start with. In the goal we mentioned financial sustainability and environmental sustainability, and we do have this other leg, the social sustainability, and I wonder whether we need to highlight all of them or not necessarily. And then that particular one, that point 6, does it have to stand on its own, or could it go into 5, depending on what that objective really means, that still has that last part about environmental impact?
We discussed that, and I think the sentiment was expressed that it's quite important that it should actually stand alone, but we haven't identified strategies that goes with that, but we kind of felt that it was important that it's a standalone objective.
Perfect. Thank you, Babakan. And Helena, thank you to you, your group. And we now hand over to Innocent. 15 minutes, Innocent.
Thank you. Is this our job?
No, that's not yours.
I hope it is. Can you go to the... It's not yet. We're talking about goal number 6. Do we have it somewhere? Or do I have to connect my computers? Okay. Okay. Oh, what's in my computer? Yeah.
You didn't hear me. Your computer.
Bro. Do I? I don't use Google. I thought that it was coming from someone. So Google Drive. Is it on Google Drive? It is. I can open it here, no problem. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We dealt with one goal, and don't mind some of those explanatory notes there. They are meant to be speaking to proposed strategies. Our goal number 6 relates to providing the relevant and appropriate infrastructure, equipment, and facilities to support our academic project. We recommended that we remove the word academic there because anyway it's already known that we are an academic institution. It's unnecessarily repetitive. So that's the kind of suggested change we wanted there. The under objectives and strategies, the first thing we identified is the need to ensure appropriate and optimum low maintenance space infrastructure that is broadly conceived, including IT infrastructure. Of course, there could be argument about whether IT infrastructure is low maintenance or not. is something up for debate, as well as building preventative maintenance mechanisms so that our overall maintenance budget or costs are lowered ultimately. Those are just thought pieces, issues of increasing indigenous landscaping and low maintenance installation and budgeting for sports facilities and stuff like that. But it's something that one could think forward. The second one is to do with optimizing indoor and outdoor space usage. That will be achieved obviously through a consolidated space audit plan that we may need as an institution. Thirdly, we thought that we need to ensure that we create barrier-free access to spaces. In this sense, to spaces, buildings, and facilities that will be designed for all. In other words, we have in mind a holistic view of what disability entails, so that it doesn't cater for just a small group with certain different ailments, but various levels of disablement and so forth. We'll go to number 4. This one is an existing one, and so let me pass that very quickly. Number 5, we recommended that they be as an objective, we have reliable electricity reticulation system. The same as issues of reliable water reticulation. We really can never talk about our sustainability without referring to those key things. And in our mind, we are talking more of not only maybe working with ESCOM, but thinking of very serious green energy alternatives, as it were. And so we think that the institution need to invest very heavily, particularly in green energy, as well as in alternative water harvesting and conservation systems, as it were. So that will be that is number 5. Number 6 relates to the importance and the need around issues of digital innovation, the issue of appropriately reskilling as well as capacitation of the I&TS division, so that it can more appropriately respond to the ever-changing digital environment. That obviously relates to the need for us to identify which systems need to communicate to each other, and so that we can focus on consolidated integration of the system, so that we have an overall comfortable end user experience. Number 7, related to the need for accessible institutional knowledge management systems for purposes of our own business, let's say, institutional continuity. We did realize that in many cases, our handover processes have not been streamlined, if they ever exist. People walk into offices and all they find is the air that came out through the windows that they open. There is nothing. Some find not a computer, some find not a single document from a director or manager or officer who was occupying the space. I know it, and it has happened to many in some places. And so that unsettled us in terms of having to sit down at the job and start to hit the ground running. So one will be perceived as inefficient because you have nowhere and no institutional knowledge to take over from.
So we need very much to ensure that there is sufficient accessible institutional knowledge management system. And also we need to simplify IT processes so as to improve efficiencies across the board within the university system. And lastly, we felt that we needed to integrate, to bring in this objective of curation, preservation, and archiving of various collections. We have learned from experiences that it is so difficult to find certain information that is just a few years old in the system. I know for a fact that if one of you would say, I need to access minutes of Senate for 7 years ago, you would struggle until you probably ask a historian where to find them. And then you probably be advised. But let's say you want to access it, but you don't have anybody who knows about where information can be archived. How do you access it? And how does business continue when there is no historical information that should guide the operation of particular divisions? And so something like that. So it's a whole lot of questions that come into infrastructure. We decided as well to rework some of the existing goals, which was 4.3, the issue of sufficient investment in physical assets and so on. But at the same time, we recommended taking away from the outgoing IDP, currently 6.4, and so forth. I would at this moment want to pause and stop there. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Innocent, and to your group. Any questions for clarity? We have one here.
Thank you very much, Innocent. I just want to find out the term disabled. Is it politically correct? I'm hearing that that's increasingly being referred to differently abled. Would that have implications?
You are asking about whether differently abled is correct or not. It's a term, it depends on what is politically correct to you and what is not. The designer of the final IDP are going to decide what is the most useful term to use in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Innocent. Any other, here we have another question? A comment?
Where we talked about curation, I think it should be curation, digitization, preservation, and archiving of various collections. Thank you.
Noted.
Noted. Thank you.
Accepted.
Thank you, Innocent.
Thank you, Innocent. Point number 6, please. There we're talking about appropriately reskilling and capacitating IT and S. And I'm wondering whether it is just this section that needs to be reskilled and capacitated for digital, for the digital context. Do we have to focus on one section or division, or should it be open to many?
You could be right. We had in mind particular assistance within IT, and I think you are right to open our mind to the fact that the scope goes beyond just IT and technical services. So I take that, and I think it would need to be integrated somehow in the end. Thank you for that comment.
Innocent. Yeah, it's me, David. You just take me to the top. I just want to see We spoke a little bit about, and in Tony's presentation, the visual appeal, but I'm not seeing any particular objective to be a perfectly stunning campus. Would there be a place for something like that, or words to that effect?
A perfectly stunning campus. If you look at those objectives, cum strategies in total, you can see that you will have a perfectly stunning campus ultimately. You cannot afford not to have one if you look at them in total. That is what we aim to achieve. That would work well as a part of a mission somewhere, or whatever in a mission of some sort. But if you look at what we are proposing there, you will have the Rhodes University that you want, at least from an infrastructural point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Innocent. Good, thank you very much. Last question, Natalie. Is it about your reskilling?
I can become the director of ILAM. No, just go to that. I wanted to clarify what we actually meant there. It wasn't about digital innovation. So it was about the systems and redesigning the systems and the web systems like ROS and the department system. That was specific, that was mentioned. And we said that we would have to reskill the teams within the INTS division in order to change direction, because they do what they do only because that's how they know how to do it. And it wasn't about digital innovation. There was digital innovation discussion, but that particular point was not about digital innovation.
I like the fact that I think you are right, Natalie, but I think that the question from Mabokang requires that we actually think with a much more holistic picture on that particular point, and so there is nothing wrong in trying to expand it so that it stands as a much more broad aspiration. Thank you.
Great. Innocent, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Last but not least, we ask Lynette to present on behalf of her breakaway group.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's wonderful to be here and be part of this monumental moments of potential change and progress for our university. I'd like to thank Professor Owens-Kay and his team members for the fantastic input and all the hard work they did. This is a rather complex topic. And also thank you to those who attended the breakaway session today. We had a very good discussion. As per our mandate, we chose to respond at a very strategic level rather than operational. So we haven't provided absolute detail that needs to be fleshed out. And we also focused on what else needs to be done in terms of rethinking, not what, for example, HR are doing or what we are doing. That remains. So we're building on that. In terms of Goal 5, so our discussion today focused on Goal 5. We have reworded, as you can see, in purple, attract, nurture, and retain staff who advance the strategic objectives of the institution and maintain an inclusive, welcoming, affirming, grateful, positive, vibrant, energetic, consistent, reliable, and hard-working institutional environment. I think that needs editing, but we, for specific reasons, chose not to refer to high caliber, but rather staff who advance the strategic objective of the institution. Let's leave it at that. So we have 4 objectives, and we've also generated different metrics for each of these objectives. In terms of the coordinator role, we chose not to be specific at this particular point in time. I'll come back to that at the end. So for the first objective, professional alignment, fit for purpose, organizational structure. So this refers to structure. So how are we going to achieve this objective? What are our strategies? First of all, have a strategic people management, mainly through and managed through the Human Resources Department. Change management initiative, and I'll come back to this. This will be a top-down and bottom-up approach, and we need to sensitize people about the change management process, and this will have to be driven, well, we'd like to suggest that this would be driven then from the VC and executive management level, and they'll take the lead. And we have a slogan that was generated by the actual working team. I think it's lovely. At Rhodes, you are ... You are appreciated. You are whatever. You can add your own description. Then thirdly, we would like to suggest that we professionalize human resources so that members in the HR department can become members of or join, or they need to earn their keep to join the South African Board for People Practice. And then, lastly, in terms of executive management, that they collectively drive strategy implementation and ensure actioning. I'm sure they do already, but there will be a stronger focus on this, and especially in terms of Goal 5. And in that sense, we are promulgating that HR would be accountable, but with the cascading of responsibility that will be collectively addressed. Okay, collectively addressed. What do we mean by that? Obviously, we have line managers, we have HODs. They need to play a role in implementing strategy. So it can't just be driven by executive management or middle management, and it never becomes action. So it's a collective effort. This needs to be discussed. Then our metrics for this fit-for-purpose structure are the following. The HR, we would like to recommend that the HR director is part of the strategic decision-making of the university at the executive management level. The structure should be aligned with strategic direction. We have our vision and mission, we have a strategic direction, we have values. They should be in alignment. And as we've mentioned, the professionalization of HR staff. And for a start, they've suggested that senior practitioners and HR managers should be registered with the SABPP for a start. But obviously this will be cascaded downwards as well. And then we would like to suggest a fit-for-purpose change management plan that will be aligned with at Rhodes University UR. This change management, because we are a university, we are different to the corporate world, would have to be handled slightly differently. In other words, small steps, continuous, longer term, accommodative approach, and a collaborative approach. It can't be a big bang approach. A lot of communication
needs to take place, and clear goals, roles and responsibilities should be communicated. Okay. Secondly, attract, nurture, develop, and retain staff who advance the strategic objective. How are we going to achieve this objective? Well, in terms we need to attract employees. Here we're suggesting that we generate or better understand what an employee value proposition would be. Why would someone come and work at Rhodes? Why would they like to join Rhodes University? What makes us special? Okay, succession planning, and then in terms of development, we need to look at succession planning and a personal development plan. Nurturing, this has to do with leadership development, line management development. And then retaining, what is our retention value proposition? This means we need to align the needs and aspirations of our staff. For example, do they value salary, promotion, flexibility, development opportunities? What is it that they feel they need? What are the metrics? The employee value proposition, and as I've mentioned, why would someone want to work for Rhodes? And then we would also look at diversity, equity, inclusion targets, staff turnover, the implications. In terms of attracting staff, time taken to recruit, for example, it should be less than 3 months, approvals less than 5 days. And once again, professionalizing HR would help in this regard. For our metrics for development and retaining, onboarding, induction programs, welcoming people, helping people to understand new staff members, our values, shared values. Yes, what is our organizational culture like in this in this institution? Continuous training at different levels, and then also a personal development plan. The personal development plan is rather important because the focus will be on the individual. Of course, any institution would like deliverables, but if you focus on the individual and you have a plan, then the performance will happen. It would be an outcome. Okay. Then in terms of retaining, we thought of want to recommend a retention survey. For example, this can be done every 3 years. Remuneration benchmarking, succession planning, career planning, wellness programs that are implemented. And then what do we do with the information from the exit interviews? How can that be used, for example, to enhance our employee value proposition and retention value proposition? Third one, design and implement systems to support people management practices. How do we achieve this objective? We spoke a lot about how to digitalize HR systems and practices, how this would work, and how that would really benefit managing HR. Have an institutional talent management system, identify employees' needs, health, well-being and wellness program. For example, do we have gym facilities for staff? To what extent does medical aid support health and wellness? What the metrics? We have to do a needs analysis. Talent and career and succession management system should be implemented, and a wellness program aligned with medical aid scheme. Lastly then, inculcate shared values aligned to staff, strategy and culture through a climate survey. So here it's about shared values and the importance of a climate survey. So there were so many aspects that are cross-cutting across the structure, the processes, attraction, retaining, developing of staff. It's rather difficult to address each of these individually, but what we are thinking
or suggesting is that if we use climate surveys, and there are a variety of surveys that can be used, then we can ascertain what the culture or climate is like in terms of accountability, responsiveness, collegiality, development and well-being. And of course, the type of climate survey that one would use would have to be decided on, and the criteria that are used in terms of soliciting or obtaining the right kind of information would be a decision that would be made by an inclusive, diverse group of people to ensure that the survey is fit for purpose. It's not just another survey. And lastly, then, the critical success factors. Of course, none of this can happen without the institution being financially stable, without having competent staff, and without having a competent HR director and HR staff members. And we're also promulgating that the council and executive management, of course, are very important in this, and that they show the staff complement that they are valued and cared for. So I think on that note I'm going to stop. Thank you.
Lynette, thank you, and thank you to those who attended your working group as well. Any comments, questions for clarity? Owen, and then Evert, yes, I saw your hand as well. As it Evert's hand, not your hand.
Group members, you're welcome to add and respond.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just two comments or inputs. Just starting from the back, really where we were dealing with, where we used the word competent staff. I wonder if that's not a really low benchmark to set, whether we should perhaps think of something a little bit more aspirational, in line with like foremost or whatever. Don't want to be prescriptive at this point in time, but maybe just something to think about. And then the other thing, which I think is a bit of a broader idea, is I think one of the key outcomes from the report that Owen gave earlier was, again, and a bit of my hobby horse, but nevertheless, was that people are generally unhappy. And so, is it that much to ask that we respond and acknowledge that people have the right to want to be happy? Happiness is well defined, it's well understood, it's not a new thing. Countries are rated according to happiness scales and so on. And I think it would be interesting if we take the courage and lead by going into that space and say that our staff and our students in our university community have the right to aspire to be in a happy environment. And perhaps ask ourselves reflectively whether there is not a relationship between that apparent unhappiness and some of the things that we are experiencing as challenges, staff retention, students leaving after the first year and so on. So I would just commend that for some further deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Evert. I know you didn't want a response, but just to highlight that the climate survey, we didn't use the word happy, but we take your point. But hopefully the climate survey will highlight what some of the unhappinesses are and how we can try and generate a happy environment.
Happy with that response, Evert? Liz,
Thanks, Trevor. I know it's 4:45, but can I just raise these 2 points? And just for comment, perhaps Lynette, by yourself or by the group. The first one, the executive management structure. You talked about structures that are fit for purpose. So I suppose that frees the mind to interrogate all structures that exist, their roles and responsibilities. Much of the structures that I am aware of that operate various aspects of the university are called committees. And they are listed somewhere and they've got specific roles and responsibilities. Surely no organization can operate without an executive structure. But I don't know if you have looked at that particular structure that's called executive management and its placement in the scheme of things at the university. I've seen a lot of
reports coming from all sorts of structures at the university. At council, we get to hear about the report, for instance, of the Vice Chancellor rate. But I have not encountered any reports of the executive management. I don't know if there has been any relook at that structure. Secondly, this aspect of structures that are fit for purpose, it rolls very nicely off the tongue. What constitutes it? How would we ensure that you've got structures that are fit for purpose? What are we talking about when we talk about structures that are fit for purpose? Are we talking, is there something that even instigate that thought? Why do we need structures that are fit for purpose? Surely something isn't working or isn't working as it should be. Have we diagnosed that as a group to say, these are the kind of, because the structure itself of the university is working, right? But surely there is something that concerns you in talking about that. So even when we talk about that, various groups talked about that. Helena talked about that, various other groups talked about that, you talked about that. And there's a word review that's mentioned in that context. In fact, Helena, introducing it, said this is important. What constitutes that? What goes into that? What are the implications of that for me as a director, for the HOD, for the dean, for the all the way across to create that sense that we now have got structures that are fit for purpose. So let me just link an example to this. Yesterday, there was a presentation where up to 3 divisions are linked to a particular activity. In other words, that particular activity has got a transversal relevance to all of them. Surely something is not properly defined if that is the case. And where do you locate accountability if various structures are responsible for one thing? Right? Who must do it? And so surely maybe this thing of structures that are fit for purpose is also linked to that. Do you want to just comment on those, please?
Thank you, Trigger. I think Prof. Juma, is it in a response, Prof?
No, I'm not giving a response.
Oh, you want something else?
There's an order which I'm following. So thank you, Luzuku, for that. I'm also being reminded from the back row that it's 4:45. So I'm going to just remind you that rugby starts at 5. The power of incentives. We do have a comment coming from here.
Thank you, Lynette. Is there value in perhaps having more time to look at an alignment between these values and the strategies that we are suggesting to achieve what to do? Because I believe values as transitional, desirable goals can be our guidelines for directing our actions. So I feel that maybe we need more time to really engage on values that are important in achieving our desired goals. I can give an example. A lot of what we have suggested requires us to accept change, and if we are very conservative, it might be difficult to achieve. So I of the view that perhaps if this has not been done yet, further discussions on the alignment between key shared values and the strategies that we have suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, CD.
Thank you, Lynette. I think for me it's just a comment, maybe to link with what was just said there by Luzuko, where he was highlighting the issue of middle management report, where I would like to talk about culture's influence with the top down and the bottom up. And somewhere in here, I'm missing that element of a bottom up approach that actually influences culture. I'm not sure if the climate survey is enough for us to say that this is actually a platform that is the bottom up approach to influence culture. Thank you.
Thank you, CD. And then Rosa, and then Lawrence will get to you at the end.
Thanks so much, Lynette. That was very informative. I'm just a bit concerned that so much weight is put on the necessity for HR to determine the well-being of the whole staff. And I don't see a mention of empowering the lower levels to effect wellness and to be accountable, to be responsive. It would be really great to see empowerment of HODs, empowerment of deans, maybe if we have schools, heads of schools, to really equip and respond to the needs of staff.
Thank you, Rosa. Lawrence.
When we started talking about the revision of the IDP, when the Vice Chancellor started talking about it, there was a recognition that there are certain cross-cutting themes, one of which was transformation. If you look at all the transformation reports that we've had in the past, there's lots of unhappiness about the rate at which we transform. And I was just wondering whether the change should also be transformative and that we accommodate the idea of transformation when we talk about peoples and values and happiness in our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. There's time for one last comment, if anyone would like to have one last comment. I see the VC looking at me as if he would like to make the last comment of the day. Not at all, he shakes his head. So that means that incentives do work. We were able to finish the day off just before 5 o'clock. And we heard a lot about incentives today. So thank you very much for your participation during the course of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 sharp. Thank you.
So